Right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Bonjour, messieurs, dames. Welcome to SIAL Startup 2024. This is all about big ideas. If you like big ideas, if you're curious, if you like exploring what's out there, if you like to see and hear what's really shaking up the food industry right now, this is the place to be. So if you're walking around right now, you've got a coffee in your hand or maybe nothing in your hand, you want to come across, take a seat, get comfy, and spend a little bit of time with us here at SIAL Startup 2024, which is all about, as I say, startups, their big ideas, showcasing to you really what it's all about in terms of what's moving forward within this industry. This is really the place to be. Again, it's an area for debate, discussion, insights, ideas, all around innovation, taking that forward within the food industry. So together, again, throughout the day, we've got a great lineup of speakers, of startups showcasing their ideas. Only 1 minute and a half, 1 minute and a half to showcase their big idea, and then again, it hopefully starts a conversation with them and with you as well. Let's kick off our first speaker here. Again, you're walking around, come on in, take a seat, get comfy, and we'll start with our first session, essentially, which is all about turning a marketplace into the partner of independent retail. How do you do that? How is all that going to move forward? Not easy at all. But we'll find out very shortly from our next speaker here in this session right now. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Head of Retailer Acquisition and Success at Anchor Store, Mr. Nicolas Louillet.
Hello everyone, happy to be here on this beautiful Sunday morning in Paris. So today is about Anchor Store story, and more generally about how marketplaces can help independent retailers and independent suppliers, brands succeed in our competing world and crowded food industry business. So I'm Nicolas, I'm part of Anchor Store leading the acquisition and success team. Today we'll cover different topics. We'll go through Anchor Store history, how has it been created, who we are, what do we do, and then we'll go into details for both our brands and retailers, the two faces of the marketplace. We'll go into details of how we try our best to support them and solve their pain points. So where we started, Anchor Store was created in 2019, just before COVID. By four founders who accumulate more than 20 years in the retail industry. Anchor Store raised 365 million euros over the years, becoming one of the European biggest unicorns. Today, one of our founders is still our CEO, the one on the right top corner, Nicolas Dodifray. Our mission was from the beginning to become the #1 business partner for all players in the independent retail ecosystem, and to help them compete with not only the e-commerce websites, but also mass retail in general. So how do we help independent retailers and brands succeed in today's world? That's really the mission we gave to ourselves. And I'm going to explain to you how we built that. So we built the first European community of brands and retailers across Europe. It's a B2B marketplace. We operate in 28 countries. We cover some key categories, including grocery. That's why we're here today. Home and decoration, stationery, kids, clothing, jewelry. And today we are proud to support 300,000 retailers across Europe and 30,000 brands in Europe as well. So what do we do? And let's start first of all with retailers, so shop owners, store owners, whatever you call them. They are the heart of our strategy, and our goal is to develop a comprehensive business solution for them to enhance their operational efficiency and help them grow. So we start from the observation that independent retailers are facing three kinds of issues. They have cash flow issues, first of all, cash flow challenges. We know that is the heartbeat of their operations. Cash and inventory management, the need to respect some minimum orders when ordering from suppliers, which are sometimes hard to reach. Second of all, the day-to-day issues, operational issues, high delivery long delivery lead times, administrative issues, and of course, everything related to sourcing. You are an independent retailer. How do you find new brands? How you discover brands that will, in the end, please your end consumers? We know that it's hard for retailers to find those brands and differentiate from their competitors. Of course, we know that retailers also struggle to get competitive terms, which make it mandatory for them to make big orders. So that's starting from those observations that we built our value proposition for retailers. If you think of cash flow, which I mentioned as the heartbeat of their operations, we allow retailers to order with very favorable payment terms up until 60 days, which is quite unique in the industry. We ensure that our retailers will find on Anchor Store the best price, the same prices as the one they would find if they were going direct with their suppliers. We offer shipping fee on every first order on any brand on the platform, allowing retailers to discover new brands. And we work with our brands in a really partnership mindset to make sure that the franco they set for reordering are fair and as aggressive as possible. On day-to-day issues, we have teams who are here to support our retailers, so customer support open 24/7. We ensure delivery in super fast conditions. Now, typically in France, every order is delivered in 48 hours or less, which also is quite disruptive in the independent retail industry. And with regards to sourcing, we have teams of human beings. Some of them are here on the stand today, here to support our retailers, our brands, to help them find the product they need. And for those of you who are happy to go self-service on our platform, on our website, we have more than 2 million products available within, as I said before, 30,000 brands available. So that's what we built, and again, we built this offer of this selection of brands, this selection of product with care. Our suppliers, our brands are all independent, French, German, from the UK, Italy, across Europe. Basically, they have been sourced for the quality of their product, for the reliability of the production, of the delivery they commit to. And that's what today positions us as a leader for sourcing among the retailers who trust us. For retailers who want to go even one step further in the experience with Anchor Store, we developed a premium program which is called Anchor Store Plus, which is basically the same as Anchor Store but even better. With that service, we offer delivery on all orders, basically, whether that's the first, second, third order, so discovery order or reorders. It's from €100 order, shipping is offered. 48 hours delivery in France. Payment terms up to 90 days, which is also bringing comfort for retailers to optimize their cash flow and save treasury. And we have also special events and special discounts for those members. Typically retailers who love a brand and regularly reorder it, we offer up to 20% of discount to reward their loyalty. That's Anchor Store Plus. And for those of you who might be interested in opening a shop or starting your retail business, we also have a support program called Anchor Start. which has been which started basically at the same moment of Anchor birth. It's part of the DNA of the company. So we have a team of 20 experts who support entrepreneurs willing or wishing to open a new shop in Europe. We are happy to have supported more than 10K shops who made the first order on Anchor and therefore opened their shop, in particular thanks to our success. So that's a mix of a one-to-one coaching session and some dedicated resources, tools, services for those entrepreneurs to maximize their chances of succeeding in their project of shop opening. And that's not everything. We constantly innovate. We constantly try to find new ways to develop the convenience for retailers. Typically, I mentioned the portfolio of brands of products we have. It's constantly growing, and we are trying our best every day, using new technologies also like artificial intelligence, to improve customer experience on the platform, helping retailers find the product they need at a minimal effort for them. A few examples of brands we are happy to propose to our retailers today on the platform. Some of them are actually today with us at SIAL. We have strong partnerships with them. As I said, we source them carefully with our teams, and we make sure that what they offer and propose on our store is really the best of their selection and catalog. Talking about brands, that's the second aspect of the marketplace. We talked about retailers. Let's now talk about our suppliers, our brands. For them as well, we are trying to develop a range of B2B solutions to help them grow and thrive in their ecosystem. The same way as for retailers, we identified their pain points. The pain points independent brands are facing in today's industry. It's difficult for them, first of all, to prospect and develop their network of retailers, especially when they have limited sales resources, for example. It's also a financial risk. Anytime you have a new customer buying from you, can't be sure you will be paid or be paid on time, for example. Once you have your network of retailers, it's not easy, and it requires time to animate it and make it basically buy regularly, know your products, etc. That requires sales effort, marketing effort that not every brand, every supplier, especially the smallest of them, can afford. And of course, like retailers, you have your own daily operations challenges. You need to buy tools to operate your activity. It's difficult to know how to expand your activity beyond your borders. If you are a French brand, how to be known and sell products in Germany, in Italy, and so on and so on. And of course, you have your own logistics and order preparation challenges that you need to handle. So that's a lot of challenges. And that's why Encore Store was created. The goal was to solve those issues as much as possible. And today we are proud to say that we provide more and more brands with tools they need to support their business development. We talking about helping them find new customers and expand their network of customers. We have of course, build this community of retailers who trust us and to whom we allow to find new brands on the platform. We have regularly some commercial events. We had one last week, for example, to help everyone prepare for Black Friday. And that's also a good opportunity for brands to talk about themselves and be known by retailers who don't know them, who have not known them until now. We developed some tools, as I said, some CRM tools in particular to help brands animate their network of retailers, engage with them, promote their brand regularly in a super convenient manner. And we have some logistics offer as well. So we have brands who trust us and basically for whom we ensure their operational activities, their logistics operations, to say differently. And that's also something we bring to the brands with one idea at the end of the day is to help them focus on their customers, focus on their brand DNA, and have this kind of peace of mind coming from Anchor Store who help with everything else, everything related to operations and convenience. That's a bit of the idea. So a few benefits. Again, we have for our brands. So direct contact. It's not because we are a marketplace that we don't allow them to engage with their retailers. They can do that. They can discuss. And then allow retailers to proceed with their orders on Anchor Store. We allow brands to control their distribution. If they don't want to sell to X or Y retailer or shop type because that's not part of the DNA of the brand, that's fine. And again, it's not because it's a marketplace that brands are losing control. Really, on the contrary, they have a really margin to decide how they want to operate and what kind of retailers they want to sell their product to. We guarantee payments, which is also bringing a lot of security to our brands. Peace of mind. I mentioned it before. That's also one example, and that's really the heart of Anchor Store. I repeat myself here, but bringing this convenience, this commodity to our customers, whether on the retailer side or on the brand side. To help brands develop and not only save margin but also develop the loyalty of their retailers, we have built some offers. There's a free shipping offer, for example, that we developed this year, which is a key marketing tool. We invite brands to use, and they can use that to invite their prospects, invite their existing retailers on Anchor Store, while paying no shipping fee at all, no shipping cost at all. And that's also essential for them in today's very tricky and competing economic system. And to develop their loyalty, we allow brands as well to set up some specific discounts that are really here to reward their most loyal retailers, most loyal customers on Anchor Store. And beyond offers, talking about technology, because Anchor Store is a marketplace, it's a tech company originally. We keep on building features, tools to also help our customers. A few examples here. Pre-order features. We know how important it is for brands in specific categories to allow their retailers to buy upfront the new collection, the new products they release, and these are features we are building. Which help brands operate the same way on Anchor Store as the way they would do in direct. For brands who have this challenge of optimizing the order operations, typically on trade shows like today, we develop specific tools, specific apps to allow them to have their retailers order directly super fast with the same conditions as the one they would find on Anchor Store marketplace directly. So this like constant adaptation to our brand's needs is also in our DNA. I mentioned the CRM tool. I could mention as well integration. All the tools our brands are using in their daily operations, which way to connect them to Anchor Store so that they can find and basically operate in a super smooth manner without having to resort to several tools and connect to several tools all day long. The ultimate goal for us is to allow brands to find everything they can on the platform itself and to smoothen their operations extremely fast. I mentioned logistics briefly. We launched in 2022 a specific logistics solution with the goal to simplify brand logistics, to provide better service to retailers as well. So we have a warehouse now in the Paris area, and for more than 250 brands who trusted us, we basically handle their full logistics operations. So we stock their product, and once they receive orders, we ship those orders ourselves directly. So bringing once again this peace of mind to our brands and maximizing the experience of our retailers, who are sure when the products are sent sent by us that the reception of the product, the quality of the product received will be good, and that's also a no-brainer for us that we need to bring this convenience on the full value chain, from ordering to shipping to receiving products. That's it for Anchor Store. Happy to get some questions if anyone has.
Okay, any questions at all? Perhaps from our audience? You're curious, you'd like to know more? Perhaps not right now, that's absolutely fine. So again, if you are curious, you'd like to know more, you'd like to take the conversation forward, I'm sure Nicola will be more than happy to do that over a coffee right here at SIAL 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hands together for Nicola here on our first session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now, we have about 10 minutes or so before we kick off with our next session, all about pitching and investment and pitching in food tech, how to do that well, tips, advice, suggestions, perspectives on helping you share those ideas moving forward. So what we're going to do now is take a very, very short break indeed, about 10 minutes time, back here, SIAL Pitch 2024. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to SIAL Startup 2024. Again, if you're just walking past, you're not quite sure what this is, what's happening, you hear the music, you see the seats, you see a stage, and you hear somebody on a microphone. Essentially, this is all about, for those that are curious, those that want to explore big ideas within the food industry, things that are happening now that are actually going to affect the way things change and move forward, certainly tomorrow in the future as well. So this is where we have debate, insights, ideas, perspectives on this stage, together with our startups. Lots of our startups, you can see them all around us right now. They are here for conversations, and they're here to showcase their big ideas on this stage as well, which we will do. We do this throughout the day, together with our panels, together with our keynotes as well, throughout the day, pitching sessions, showcasing within 1 minute 30 why they should have a conversation with you to take it forward as well. And again, remember, not just the audience here, but also those of you that are online right now with us, live over LinkedIn, live over YouTube as well. You can see exactly a little piece of SIAL 2024 here in Paris, not just here in Paris, but in your living room, at work, at home, in your bedroom, wherever you are right now. We have no idea. Whatever time of the day or evening it might be, we are with you right now. Let's move on now to our first session. Again, this is all about how to pitch food tech, how to pitch food tech to food tech investors, how to do that well, the ideas, the perspectives, the tips, the little things that maybe we don't always get to hear, but we're going to hear some right now here on stage during this productive, healthy discussion. As a storytelling pitch coach, I'm intrigued as much as you are, really, to hear what's going to unfold in this discussion really here on stage. Right, now let me introduce the panelists and the moderator as well. Please welcome to the stage senior analyst from 5 Seasons Ventures, Lucie Paté. Lucie, please come and join us. Together with International Director of Program Incubator, Aprecht Wolfmeyer, please come and join us. And the man who's going to shape this conversation moving forward. You can sit here. You can sit here. Please welcome to the stage, founder of and CEO of Sesamers, Ben Costantini.
Thank you, Peter. A pleasure to be here at SIAL Paris 2024. We're going to share this microphone. I have 2 amazing guests with us today. I want to ask you quickly to understand what you do, what is your fund, what is your activity about, and maybe starting with you, Lucie.
Hi, so I'm on the investment team of 5 Seasons Ventures, which is a fund that is specialized in consumer food tech. So we mostly invest in mostly D2C or B2C companies in any area of the food and beverage space. We are investors in Series A, tickets between 2 million euros and 10 million euros. So yeah, and I think so far we've invested in around 20 companies across Europe. Also worth mentioning that we are an impact fund, so always looking for companies that either have a positive environmental impact or a positive impact on health and nutrition for consumers.
Before we continue, I just wanted to ask you a follow-up question. We're going to try to make it very educational here. You said Series A. Can you explain what it is to the startups in the room? What is a Series A?
This means that we would be looking for a company that has a first sign of traction. I think our minimum annual revenue threshold would be 3 to 5 million euros annually. This also means that you must have a product already on the market and a proven product market fit.
Thank you very much, Lucie. ProVeg, what is it? What are you doing?
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for the invitation. ProVeg is a food organization on a global scale. We have chapters in the US, in China, South Africa, and a couple of European countries. And in Germany, this is where the ProVeg Incubator is based, our startup hub and startup program that we've been running for 6 years now, worked with over 100 startups. And in that capacity, we also invest in startups, and we have invested in over 65, I think, so far, so quite active at the early stage, meaning pre-seed, seed rather, sometimes a bit more advanced. It would be sometimes pre-launch, pre-revenues, but it can be a bit mature as well. so a bit earlier than what the Five Seasons is doing. Our sweet spot is what we call new food now. I think alternative protein is probably a bit too limiting, but it's everything that is non-conventional, that would be taking animals out of the value chain. So there's an impact side to this that is very important to us. But this is a very broad spectrum. It started maybe with oat milk and plant-based meat, but it's much, much bigger. It's functional ingredients now, it's fats, it can also be a platform play, and it can be many of the things that you are maybe also doing. As a side thing, I'm also a venture partner at an Italian CVC called Grace Silo Ventures, and that is also focusing on the rather early stage, but a bit more flexibly. But this is also agri-food tech with a B2B focus.
Okay, thank you. Same question. You explained it a bit, but pre-seed, seed, what is it, for a startup? And when do you go to Series A? What are the metrics that we should know about?
Interestingly, it's important to understand that there are two ways of looking at seed, Series A, Series B, C, D. One is the funding, that is our business, is the investment grade or investment stage. That could be that you're raising your Series B and raising hundreds of millions of euro or dollars. Or it could be that you've been around, that you go very fast at this and then get faster to that stage. And if you look at the startup that is pre-seed or seed, maybe even Series A could still be that they haven't raised much money, but they are already gaining traction and are already on the market and so on. So you have to always, this is an important thing to do, you have to always specify what you're talking about when you say the series is just the stage of the funding or the maturity stage of the company.
Very interesting. And also, before we dive deeper into this subject, you mentioned that you're a venture partner. Do you see I'm doing the education part here? What is it, a venture partner? What is your job?
Venture partner is not a super specific term. It can be used for many things, but most often, as in my case, it's about deal sourcing, finding the right startups, and for the thesis that we have at Grace Silo Ventures, for example, or same thing, finding startups for ProVeg, and then helping them with the due diligence and going through the whole process of validating the case and then making an investment decision.
Thank you. Lucy, also quickly, your job, what is it, an analyst at the Five Seasons?
So most of my job is, hunting for new startups that could fit our thesis. And then it goes from deal sourcing to analyzing those, and in case of an investment, just the entire due diligence phase, and then just more ad hoc work helping portfolio companies.
What is the due diligence?
It's the phase where when we are investing in a company, we would look quite deeply into any financials that they have. We also have a part of legal due diligence, supply chain due diligence, which is just analyzing everything about the company, making sure it is actually what it says it is, and that we are confident about this investment.
Got it, thank you. This session is really about helping particularly startups, but anyone working in innovation, how an investor thinks, and specifically in the food industry, how you look at an investment opportunity. Before we cover a bit more that specifically, I also wanted to ask you, from your privileged position, what are the trends, what are the new startups, the new companies that you see emerging that are interesting for you? Like, what is exciting for an investor in that space? Lucy, you can continue if you want.
So as I mentioned, we are consumer investors, so always exciting about anything consumer.
What is it?
It's consumer product, a brand, anything that you can buy either online or at a supermarket. And so I think a lot of investors were quite had a few doubts about the consumer space the past few years, but what we've seen so far is that it's holding up quite well for the companies that have a pretty good value proposition. And so within the consumer space, I think there's quite a few categories that we are looking at, but we are quite excited about anything functional. I think people are really looking at what they're put into their food. So whether it is functional food or functional beverages, this is something that we look quite closely at. Any healthier alternative to products that you can find in your shelves quite easily, and then more specific trends such as weight loss, following the kind of GLP-1 crave, and sports nutrition, anything snacking. So yeah.
Thank you. I think we have some companies here that fits exactly this criteria. But I have a question before we continue. If a company is too early, like now I understand the word, so let's say I have some functional drinks exhibiting here and they are seed. Should I talk to you or what's the deal?
I think it's always good to have a chat. We really often reach out to startups and founders earlier on because it's a long journey, and the idea is really to start building the relationship. So even though it's earlier stage and we might not invest now, we always try to keep the good relationship and follow the business and the progress of the business, because, well, you never know, maybe in the next month or year it would fit our thesis.
Thank you. Albrecht, you have the new food category that you mentioned earlier. That's the one that excites you. Can you tell us a bit more, like new products, new trends that you're seeing specifically emerging that makes you like, okay, this is what I'm looking for?
Yeah. At the moment, new food I would define in two ways. We need better products, a next generation of the products that we've seen 2-3 years ago, starting like 10 years ago, maybe with the first real meat alternatives in the US, Beyond Meat and so on, dairy alternatives and all that can be made out of those commodities, if you like, those compounds. And we just need better products. And this is what the consumers are expecting, what investors are expecting. So this is what I call new food. I just talked to some conventional, like old dairy company here, and they're increasing their range of plant-based products. It's quite interesting to see how the quality got better in terms of texture, the whole taste, and also the label got a bit shorter. So, clean label is what everybody's looking at, or at least a cleaner label. So you need healthier products. All of this is already happening, but it's just not. We're not there yet. There's such a big room for improvement. And then in terms of what else, of course, to make such products better, or to make end consumer products better, we need better ingredients, functional ingredients like fats, for example. There's been a lot of work and put into that to make end products better, but really coming from the ingredients, from the functional ingredients side, to increase taste, to also limit maybe whatever you need in terms of binders and so on that are not necessary and not wanted by neither the consumer nor the producer for different reasons. But it's all about simplifying things and make them more performative in a way. And on the, I would say, if you expand the scope on the agri-food side, of course, it comes really like all along the value chain, from the soil and the crops to then the actual ingredient, and then how you process it. So it's also a platform play, and that's why it's all about smarter food tech that we are excited about.
So you do have investment in software type of companies, like a company that does software for food industry?
We at ProVeg wouldn't do that. That's too far off from the core thesis. But if you look at the market where it's going, it's definitely something that's happening, and that's important that you see the technology behind these things indirectly that affect the market. And if you look at food on a broader range, and we are seeing some here with the startups at SIAL as well. It's new food that includes also everything that replaces less sustainable foods or gives an alternative to, say, coffee, cocoa. Some people are working on avocado, although I think the avocado gets too much thrashing and bashing. It's not as bad as it, or as important, I think, as it is. But everything that has been around for so many years and decades as part of the food value chain and as part of our consumer products is being sort of questioned and can get to either another version of it, or being not replaced, but accompanied by a product that does the same features, but is more sustainable and maybe more healthy.
Thank you. So now, if I understand well, I'm starting to get it. We have two different type of investment theses, very close to each other, but quite different as well. One doing earlier stage over there, one doing later stage, but still early, but Series A onwards. I'd like to understand what are the criteria for you to decide that a company is worth, investing in. And I'm wondering again, what is the difference when you're looking at the baby company at the very beginning of the journey, and when you're looking at them when they already have some traction and some results? Like again, what are the metrics that you make, okay, this is what I need to see in the company? And then after that, I'm going to ask you what you're looking into the pitch. Are you looking at the way a company presents itself? I also want to know more about it. Can we continue with you as we do the beginning of the journey, and then we go to you?
Yeah. It goes without saying, and especially at the early stage, but that's interesting compared to a bit of a later stage, and even after you, there would be differences. But the very early stage of a company, of course, you look at the people, you look at the team, and that goes through everything, and is what everything is. What matters are the founders and the core team that you bring, that you can attract also. Say you have a great CEO, you have some business person, but you definitely need a great technology or science person as well, and the extended team around that make a founding team of a company. So that goes without saying. It gets less important in my understanding at the later stages, because then everybody says the founders, but yes, there's traction, there's commercial success, and that becomes more important. You can talk more about that probably. Then of course, it used to be more. I think it's a bit of a switch. IP. Everybody needs whatever patents, secret recipes, and so on. In food, actually, it's very difficult to protect your IP. But it's still, for a startup, you have to pitch that. But I think the IP is nowadays, 2024, less important than the commercial or potential commercial traction. So you have to show that you have a clear idea of how you're going to the market, which market it is, how big it is, and not just talking about all these TAM, SUM, and so on.
Wait! You just throw buzzwords here.
No, I'm just saying.
What is it? What is TAM, SUM, SUM? What is it? Come on, you used it, so now you have to explain.
I want to make it simpler. If you say you have you want to capture 5% of a certain market or so, say the French snack market or so, or whatever the solution is you're proposing, and then we look at the numbers and you see the actual market is such and such big, and what you're doing is 5% would be big, and then you look at the solution is actually more niche than that, and you realize as an investor that this would bring you to $1 million or so of revenues, and there's just very clear that there's a cap, a limit, then you're not a startup that is interesting for an investor. It's just not possible. You can do other things. You can go to your bank at some point maybe, and you can build an interesting, organically growing or whatever smaller company, but unfortunately then a regular VC won't be interested, because your curve is just not what they expect.
So they call it in this industry, I don't know if you do the same in food, but they call it a lifestyle business, right? Like it's not VC ready, it's not VC friendly, meaning I'm not going to get the return out of my investment. It can be a great business, I'm not judging you, but you're not going to get my VC money. That's something that sometimes startups or entrepreneurs don't really understand so well.
Yeah, ending on that, that's definitely very important. If you talk to investors and you just, in your pitch deck, it may look great, again, with those acronyms and how big the global market is, how big your regional or home market is, and then what you get out of that, and maybe your solution just doesn't provide that to grab that kind of part, or the margins are too little. And then, I said, there's a switch from IP, which has maybe been overrated for a long time. So your IP is important, but then this commercialization strategy, and that you can show the numbers that this is going somewhere, and rather better faster than in 10 years or so. This is what investors are looking for in this current market, which is very difficult.
Thank you. Now we know what we look into at the very beginning. We had some buzzwords that you used. Now at Series A, buzzwords. Sorry, I'm not judging them. I know them. This is a startup. We could do like a startup bingo. If we're using TAM, SUM in the panel, be like, yep, I want to see when they come to you and they're ready for you for a Series A investment that we mentioned earlier. How these metrics change, what is it that you're looking? I understand you will still be looking at the team, you'll still be looking at IP, but maybe you'll have other metrics or other indicators that you are more interested in at the later stage.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot in common. I mean, we will look obviously at the founder, the team. I think on that side, there's something that we might be looking a little bit more, which is having a really strong second layer of management that could really help growing the team. I think that's something that's quite important for us.
How big is this in terms of staff when they go to Series A, like usually?
It really depends. I think it really depends on the business model, and if it's a retail business, they might have a sales team that's bigger than a D2C company that might need less people, but actually having a first team, because, well, the solo founder risk is always something that, well, we take into account. So I say team, but it can be just a co-founder or one or two key people that can really help you driving the business. I think it's always key. Ambition, I think, to maybe circle back on what you said, it really depends on the fund and the size of the fund and the returns that the fund would want in case of an exit.
Okay, wait, sorry. We're trying to educate and inform, right? Demystify, make it easy for the startups. Yeah. You said earlier that you put investment tickets of between 2 and 5?
2 and 10 million.
Between 2 and 10 million euros, that's what your fund invests in the company.
Yeah.
So what is it that you expect to make in return out of this, money?
Usually we are now investing from our second fund, which is a fund of 180 million.
180?
180.
Okay.
And so I think when we invest in a company, we want to have confidence that this company could bring us at least 30% back of that fund. So would mean that we would want an exit that would bring us like at least 30 to 50 million.
So out of the ticket you put, let's say you put 2 million in a company.
It really it will depend on.
Because you see, people are like, I don't know how it works. I know a bit. I'm trying to help them understand, and they're gonna go afterwards. They're looking at us. They're gonna go and try to talk to you to understand. If they are ready for you. So that's why I'm insisting a bit.
Yeah, I mean, so I think we are putting tickets between 2 million and 10 million, but that's not what really matters. What matters is how much ownership we have in the company. And so depending on that, you will need to get to a certain level of revenues to get to an exit that, I don't know, in food, for example, in VC, exits are usually valuation I put on a revenue multiple. In food would be less than in tech, I guess. So it would be maybe between, 2x and maybe like 4, 5x maybe at best if you have like a really disruptive technology. Yeah. And so this is what I mean in ambition, meaning that if we have 20% in a company that has the ambition to grow to 30 million, which is great, but it might not be enough for us because it doesn't make financial sense in terms of what we can bring back to the fund.
This is super interesting. I know it's a bit, risky to explain these things, but it's really, really interesting for us to hear from you and to understand better how the investors think.
Yeah, and then, to maybe go back to the initial question. So, yeah, always team, then ambition. We will be looking at, first signs of traction. So as I mentioned, for us, it's 3 to 5 million euros annually. Might depend from investor to investors. As we invest in brands, we will look for a strong branding, strong community.
Like social media following, stuff like that.
Yeah, or just a really outstanding marketing strategy or something that really proved that you can reach your target and you have a viral brand, for example. some kind of mass premium market potential, just to go back on the size of the market, make sure that you can actually reach a decent amount of people. And then as 5 Seasons Ventures, but it is quite specific to our fund, we really like to see potential in your home markets versus growing through international expansion. Yeah.
I love it. We still have 5 minutes, to dive into the thinking, how you analyze. I wanted to be able to cover a little bit what you look into when you receive a presentation, when you receive what we call a pitch deck, right? Like a presentation of the startup that is tailored to the investors to get them excited about your product, your business. Tell me, how do you go through a presentation? And let's continue with you. Like I'm, cold emailing you. I saw that you were here, I'm like, okay, let's send her an email with my deck.
Yeah, I think first advice would be really make sure who you pitch to, because a lot of investors have really specific investment theses. And I think one maybe first red flag would be to have a random email.
A B2B, I send you a B2B SaaS for pre-seed.
So yeah, that's kind of just a common mistake. We receive a lot of decks that are just completely out of scope for us. So really make sure you looked into the portfolio companies of that fund. There's a lot there to really understand what they look for in a company. So yeah, we will look at, well, first, is it a company that fits our thesis in terms of scope or segment, category? And then I think main advice would be to really make sure you put forward your value proposition, what makes you different. Do you have an innovative product, but also do you have any USP in terms of channels or brand? For us, something that we really look for. Make sure you show that you have a balanced team, and and then also put forward your ambition, how you want to grow, how you're going to achieve that. But really make sure you have the key message, which is what makes you different, and don't spend too much time, I guess, on market size or competition, because if you're talking to a specialized investor, they might have digged into the market, and so
it's kind of saying that they might know the market better than you do.
No, this is not this, but they have an idea of the market. I think what we really want to see is what's your unfair advantage and what makes you different, and really put this forward versus talking about competition, for example.
And can you tell us what would be a red flag in the presentation itself?
I think maybe just if in the end we don't really understand what's your business. I think sometimes pitch deck are very long, talk about a lot of things, but we miss really the key thing, which is why this investor, and why now.
What I love about this, is that they come to you normally after crafting the right, story, the right deck. They went through his incubator before they go to you, so normally they know how to do this. But still, you have companies that come and have a very hard time explaining what they do. Like at the end, the presentation at the end, I don't really know what you're doing. It sounds crazy, but this is happening, and you're telling us that that's one of the red flags that you see.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It's not all of them.
No, I know.
Could be something.
Same at your stage, I was saying that maybe you're helping them craft better their story, have a better presentation, so that their investor deck is more appealing for the next funding round.
Yeah. What I said before about you look at the revenues or the traction, it cannot all be explained in the pitch deck because they only have so many pages. You can have a backup slide part and so on, but still you have to be sharp and crisp there. It usually, there are lots of online resources and books, good books, where you can see what are the essentials of a pitch deck. There's a problem, there's a solution, there's something about the team, and then it depends on what you're doing and how you're doing it and where you are at to define the order and what you focus on. But Still, some basic mistakes shouldn't be there that people just don't understand because they don't have much time. You know, if they get hundreds of pitch decks per year and then there's an online type form or so, it's just being scanned. Some is even automated. So automated, you know, you don't even get to the actual person if it's really bad or if it's not a fit at all. So you should avoid wasting your and their time. And then, as I said before, now it's all about commercialization and showing traction. So I would put that a bit, I would prioritize that instead of like 3 slides for explaining the problem that they know because they're doing this all the time. And you say there will be 10 billion people and climate change and the 1 to 1.5 degrees goal and so on. It's all important, but you can maybe shorten this and get to the point how you're going to make money and how you're going to make a difference compared to your fellow founding teams out there. So talk about the numbers, don't make it unrealistic, talk about the market, talk about the go-to-market strategy and make this tangible and plausible and don't be like fantasizing about it.
Thank you very much. As we're about to finish, right after this session, there will be a bunch of startups pitching and telling us what are their products, what are their ideas. I wanted to make sure if there is a question in the room, just one maybe for our amazing panelists. If you're pre-seed seed or if you're ready for the Series A and you wanted to ask a question, you can do it now. You can raise your hand. There's a mic over there. Okay, we have one over there.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the conversation about what makes a good pitch deck. I wanted to ask you, you presumably get a huge number of pitch decks. How long do you usually spend on one before you decide it's either going in the bin or it's worth further consideration?
Thank you. I guess both of you could reply.
Yeah, I guess we get less than 5 seasoned ventures do because we're more like, I don't know, more of like a less conventional. We're not a VC regular, we're more program and we invest as well. But still, if we get 100 or so per cohort, which we're usually doing twice a year, but these are also changing patterns, you scan them first, I'd say a few minutes and see if the the actual fit is there, and then you can, if it's there, you make a comment to a colleague, and then it keeps going. But it's a matter of minutes just to save time, but not to be unfair, and then you spend more time. But I've just, from what I know from later stage investors that are funds that ask for pitches via the form on the website, I would say if they get hundreds, as I said, sometimes it even not at first not a human looking at it, and then you see afterwards if the basics are right that they would spend some minutes on them.
Thank you. Lucy, how much time do you spend on a deck?
I think it really depends. As I mentioned, if it's something that's totally out of our scope, I don't even, we will look at it just out of curiosity, but we won't spend a lot of time on it. I think what we usually advise is to have a teaser of a really few pages where it's max 2-3 pages, just really showing what you do and what makes you different versus the others. And then usually if it strikes the attention of the investor, you would ask for a 30-minute meeting. I think it's always better to really discuss with the founder, understand their vision, and then you'll have more time to actually explain what you do, maybe dive deeper into market numbers or growth levers and things like that. And so have this teaser that you can send on a first email that's personalized and really focusing on an investor that fits your product, and then having a larger one, but max 10 pages where you can deep dive a little bit more, so the investor has some documents to share with the team if the discussion goes further.
Thank you so much. We're out of time, but you're going to be around, so if you want to have a conversation with our panelists, great investors, great experts in the food industry, please come and talk to us. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Ben, Albrecht, and Lucy. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next session. But again, what an intriguing, healthy, productive discussion. They're really helping us to kind of get inside the mind of a couple of investors and really how to kind of put together that pitch to really essentially create that curiosity, because that's what it's all about, creating curiosity enough to have a conversation, whether it's your pitch deck or whether it is your pitch for 1 minute 30, which is about what we're about to hear right now. Only 1 minute 30 to showcase your big idea. Enough, hopefully, to spark a conversation, to take that conversation forward at here or over at the booth as well, and take that further as well. So I'm intrigued as much as you are, really, to hear these pitches right now. Remember, these sessions we are doing throughout the day. So we do 3 or 4 of these sessions every day. All of our startups at some stage will be pitching their 1 minute 30 to you, public of SIAL Startup 2024. I'm intrigued as much as you are to hear what they have to say, and we'll see how they do after each one as well. But before we do that, we're going to jump into something which I'm sure will help us all kind of make sense, perhaps, of really where we're going in terms of the food industry, where it's moving forward. And the person who's going to do that is a gentleman, essentially Innovation Project Manager from Sprint Project, Mr. Lucas Watt.
Thank you, Peter, and hi, everyone. It's very happy to be here to share with you some of the insights of extensive work that was conducted by Sprint Project as part of its partnership with the SIAL. The aim of this work was to understand what are the emerging trends on open innovation in food innovation, and how and when they will impact the food industry. So to do this work, we gathered information of over 2,000 startups globally, identifying where they are located, how are they funded, what are the use cases they're developing, how they're positioned in the value chain, and we also made a sample of 600 startups to deeper analysis, and I will get back to that after. But before, I would like to share with you what are the overview of the general picture of what we find out. For no one's surprise, innovation in the food industry is very concentrated in product innovation. But what is important, and it's where I would like to call your attention to, is that in the food industry, we have a broader innovation ecosystem. And why does it matter? Why is it important? Think with me about what are the main challenges facing the food industry. Think about food waste. Think about food safety. I mean, producing and distributing enough food to feed the world in quantity and quality. Think about reducing the environmental impact. All these challenges, they can only be addressed with a systemic approach. And that's why it's important to think of this larger and broader innovation ecosystem when we think about innovation in the food industry. Even though we know that at the core of the food innovation, we have the products, recipes, and ingredients. Getting back to the deeper analysis I mentioned before, our intention here is to estimate, to determine when we can expect innovations to get to market integration. And to do that, we use a simple but robust methodology. We look at the technological and market readiness level of each trend and each use case. And once we plot these two informations in this graph, in this matrix, we can have an estimation of when these solutions, new technologies, will be integrated to market. So let's take a look at the outcomes. First of all, we have the first layer, the product-centric innovation. Time is short, so I will just share with you a few insights on alternative foods. And when we talk about alternatives and substitute foods, we have a wide variety of use cases, but mainly they're all facing a common challenge, that is scaling up to industrial production with a viable business model, and also navigating legal approvals. So there are still remaining challenges for this emerging trend, but I would like to call your attention that the potential business impact of these innovations is quite substantial and should not be ignored. Then we have the second layer, packaging and manufacturing and industry. Here, when we think about packaging, the main challenge is how to integrate recycling, reusable packaging, new materials, new packaging materials into existing operations and supply chains. But as adoption progresses, we can expect, with the first use cases being tested, we can expect to see an expanded market access and industry-wide integration of these solutions. And thinking about industry, the main focus are reducing the environmental impact of the production and also energy efficiency. And here is a field where there's a lot of opportunities to collaborate with external partners, with startups that can offer cutting-edge technologies to assess these challenges. And at the end, innovation is not changing what we eat, but also how we access food and how food moves through the supply chain. And that's where we see retail and smart supply with new distribution models, both B2B and B2C, with shifting consumer behaviors, evolving shopping habits, new approach to data integration and to traceability. So once again, when you think about about innovation in the food industry, think about end-to-end innovation. Think about a systemic approach to innovation. That's the message I'd like to pass for you today. If you want to continue this discussion, our stand is just back here. We are welcome to come, and we will be happy to share with you other insights. We have also produced a study with the SIAL. You can download it in their website or come to our stand and we can share that with you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Lucas, who's just shared the ideas on innovation. Thank you so much. There we are. Again, really, really important indeed. Again, if you are at least a little bit curious about the innovation within the food industry, how it's moving forward and the data associated with that, these are the guys to talk to. They're just behind you, just behind the purple booth behind us there. Have a chat with them, have a coffee, and I'm sure they'll be able to help you and give you some of what they're doing to help you make better decisions as well. Right, what we're going to do now is jump into this first pitching session of the day. Again, if you've just joined us, just walking by, this is the SIAL Startup Pitch Session. This is where startups, big ideas, showcase what they're doing for just 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds. What can you do for 1 minute and 30 seconds to convince somebody to have a conversation with you? Not easy at all, but they're going to do it. They were doing it yesterday, all through the day, and they're going to do it today and throughout the week as well. I'm intrigued as much as you are to hear all about these big ideas, although already I've kind of, as you have as well, been going around tasting, biting, drinking, tasting, biting, a bit of a flavor of really what's going on. So we're going to get, again, another flavor in terms of a pitch of 1 minute 30. Are we ready? Yes, we are. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first startup right now to showcase exactly why you should have a conversation with them. Please welcome Svir Inov. So green button. Good luck.
Hello. So, everybody is familiar with lemon, their taste, their acidity, their texture. At SIAL, we work a little magic and transform lemons and soy sauce, for example, into pears of brilliant taste, like this. Like fruit pulp. I think everyone here can imagine it. A thin film that bursts into the mouth and a liquid, tasty core. So, in a way, we are doing a little magic. But the explanation is not in a Hogwarts grimoire, but in a molecular cookbook. This is reverse verification, an encapsulation technique achieved by combining alginate and calcium. But we don't use this technique on a bench with pipette. We use a custom-designed machine that allows us to produce 500 kilograms of these little pears per day. These pears already made their mark on the beverage market, particularly bubble tea. Now, we've turned our attention to the catering and gastronomic market. The company can count on a team of 10 people, including a logistic specialist, a food engineer, quality manager, and sales staff. We are able to offer a complete service from product development to final packaging with a resolutely R&D policy for innovative formulations. So if you are interested in our product, if you want to taste it, if you have a development project, don't hesitate to come and meet us and test our pearls.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Sphere Inov. There we are. Fantastic. I'll just press this button. There we are. Again, hold that, keep that in your hand. Keep that in your hand, absolutely. Again, here is a QR code. Scan this QR code, and this goes straight to a platform where you can give your feedback, if you wish to, anonymously about what you've just heard. If you've enjoyed it, pop down your information, pop down your feedback. If you didn't enjoy it, or like if you challenge it perhaps, you can pop down your feedback as well. But again, it's a way of you can actually engage more with our startups as well. Again, if you have a question now, I'll give you the microphone and you can ask a quick question before we move on. Any questions at all? No? All happy? You look happy. You look happy as well. Last thing, where can we find you? Where exactly can we find you? Where's your booth?
It's both 038.
Don't give us a number. Where is it? We want to know where it is.
Just
straight over there. Just slightly to the left.
I will be like this.
And you'll be there as well with your team. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Sphere Inov. Thank you so much. We'll pop that there. Wonderful. Right. That's how it goes. Very simple. Short, sweet, fast. 1 minute 30. 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes, question from you. We move on. Shall we move on? Yes, we will. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next big idea. This is King Cognac. Come and join us. Green button, green button.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sami Goffin. I am the CEO and founder of King Cognac, an award-winning innovative food tech to help HoReCa businesses, namely sushi restaurants, to replace white rice with a diet-friendly and ecological alternative. You all know that there is a dark side with white rice. It contains mainly refined empty calories. For the sushi restaurant, it comes with a high preparation cost in a 7-step process, which is continuing done daily. And compared to our product, it is very unecological. Our product, King Cognac, has 90% less calories. It comes with 190 times more shelf life, with no methane emissions and a low biodiversity impact. We are looking at a €5.5 billion market, both in the United States and in Europe. We have an experienced and committed team, and we are now raising a €750,000 against the 5% of our company for our second product, which is to be launched in our second facility. Our first product, the Nigiri Bite, is already on the market. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ready for your questions in 90 seconds.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen, King Cognac. You are the king. Keep that in your hand.
Okay.
You are the king of cognac. Well, apparently the king of cognac. If there was a king of cognac, you are the man. Right, we open up now again. Just need to click. Can I have that for a second? Click one more time. Keep it there. This here, again, QR code. Scan that. You can give feedback right now on what you've just heard, or essentially I give you the microphone and you can ask a question. Any questions at all for the king of cognac? The king.
Welcome to our booth, number 71, in that direction in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
What's happening in 5 minutes? Something special?
I will be there.
Oh, you'll be
with
there.
my team.
Okay, well that's special enough. If there is a king, that's right. You want to meet a king today? You want to meet some royalty of cognac? You like cognac? You like kings? You need to be over there. Thank you so much, King Cognac.
Thank you, everybody.
Right, wonderful. We can't wait. Right, well, let's move on now to our next startup. There we are, sphere of King Cognac. What's next? We have, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Cricket One. There we are, green button, bang, that's it.
Hello everyone, Nam from Cricket One. We farm crickets and we innovate into food and food ingredient for food industry, beverage and cosmetic industry. You hear it right, it's crickets. Why? Because it's nutritious with 70% protein, a lot of amino acid, good complete protein, a lot of mineral, trace mineral, high bioavailability and antioxidants. So it's good for your health. It's the most efficient protein on earth because it requires very little resource to make it. And it's very sustainable, or the same metric is maybe 10 times sustainable than chicken and 100 times sustainable than beef in terms of GHG, water use, and feed use. As a player in the insect protein industry, our mission is to normalize the insect consumption by developing interesting application. The best application are the crickets. So we innovate across the supply chain of cricket, from farming to processing and to marketing the product. We own a variety of proprietary assets in farming, like feed, like farming system, like the software for farming. We own talking about the food processing, transforming cricket into food ingredient. We have a lot of capacity in drying, in extrusion, in making tons of applications like cereal, half snack, and snack product from cricket protein. And then we commercialize tons of ingredient product like protein powder, whole dry crickets, and a bit more processed product like texture cricket protein which tastes like meat, half snack, and functional snack. And also we have a retail brand based in Vietnam as well. So what's special is, the special thing is that it's approved ingredient by European Union. It's from a factory certified by FSSC 22000, and it comes big volume and a very affordable price. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Cricket One. Dare to feed the world differently. I'm just going to click that for you. There we are. Bang. Again, feedback, QR code, scan this. Feedback directly to Cricket One and all of our other startups sharing their big ideas here as well. Cricket's new concept for some of us. I wish I could taste one right now. It would have been great if you had a tray with these crisps. They're crisp, right?
Yeah, go straight and turn left, and we are in the right corner. So 5 minutes, we have some meat to serve you.
Okay, less than 5 minutes because you're just over there. That's right. Your booth is just over there. If you fancy something, if you fancy crickets, he's your man. Right. Any questions from our audience members at all? Anything you're curious about? Anything you want to challenge, perhaps, our startups about? Is that a question? Is that a question? Oh, you're working with him. Are you telling him what to do? She's running this, is she? She's running. She's your boss, is she?
This is my boss.
She is your boss? Yeah. Okay. She looks like your boss. She's a very good boss, I'm sure. Telling you exactly. She should have pitched, maybe. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Cricket One. Well done. Thank you so much. Hands together for Cricket One. Well done. Right. You can hear very diverse, very different, all very different. Right, she really does, yeah, great boss, great. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on now to our next big idea here at SIAL Startup 2024. Again, just join us. This is all about showcasing big ideas, shaking up the food industry in many, many ways, one bite at a time, hearing how diverse they are in just 1 minute 30. Enough, hopefully, to to inspire you to have a conversation with them to take that forward. Let's see. Let's move on now to the next startup known as Yumgo. Please welcome Yumgo.
So good morning, everybody. I'm Anne Vincent. I'm co-founder of Yumgo. So have you seen this very nice lemon pie? That texture, that meringue. It's so gourmet. And that is possible thanks to one ingredient. And this ingredient is egg. Egg is present everywhere. It's used in many, many recipes. It has a lot of functionalities, foaming, emulsifying, etc. And it's actually the most used protein in the world, used by professionals as ingredient in many, many recipes, and super difficult to replace. That's why we have created Yumgo. Yumgo is the first range of full plant-based alternatives to eggs to help professionals to create plant-based recipes simply and tasty. We have a full range of liquid and powder products to replace egg white, egg yolk, and whole egg in many, many applications. We do offer as well a ready-to-use product like a vegan mayonnaise, cookies that won the SIAL innovation that you can try at our booth. And we offer as well a mix to help to do sauce like mayonnaise, quiche, etc. Our products, of course, are plant-based, very easy to use, same functionalities, same level of protein as eggs. They are present in many countries, more than 10 today, used by a Michelin star restaurant, but also by industrial. And they help, of course, to reduce the carbon footprint and save life of chicken. So I will be happy to answer your questions and also to welcome you on the booth to try our product.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Yumgo. Well done, fantastic. We'll just press one more. There we are. So again, here is the QR code. Scan this. You can give direct feedback anonymously if you wish, directly to Yumgo and our other startups as well. In the meantime, I will pass around a microphone for those who'd like to ask a question. If you have a question, again, you're curious, you'd like to know more, you totally disagree with what you hear here on stage, that's all good as well. A question from our audience, maybe. There might be one during this session. There may just be one. But if there's not, that's okay as well. It's all good. Happy? Yes, you are. You're happy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Yumgo. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll just before you go, leave the mic. That's right. These mics, quite expensive. They are. Right, let's move on now to the next big idea of this session. Now, already quite diverse, right? You'll agree with me. Very, very different indeed. Again, some of you are curious, you'd like to know more, but again, you might be skeptical a little bit and want to maybe take a conversation forward. Remember, all of our startups on this stage throughout the day and this whole week as well, they're all here. They're all here, they have their booths. They are here for one reason, not just one reason, but mainly for conversations. And again, for most of us, that's what we're here as well, to take things together, collaborate together potentially, or maybe people in our network here, we might know someone that's right for these startups to take those conversations forward as well. Let's see how it moves on right now with our next startup. Please welcome to the stage My Cooking Box.
Thanks. Green button. Hi everybody, my name is Alberto. I'm working for My Cooking Box. My Cooking Box is an Italian startup, first of all. It's an Italian company. And our goal is basically to create easy and simple recipe that allows the customer worldwide to experience the Italian cuisine at home. Basically what we do is we create a concept recipe. We select the ingredients from only Italian suppliers, and we put everything inside the box. So you can buy it at store level or on e-commerce. A few highlights about the market. The market is forecasted to triple in the next 7 years, reaching $65 billion in 2030. And a big chunk of it is basically in the US made of meal kit service delivery that has a lot of pros, but has some cons, such as the high cost of it because of handling and shipping and so forth and so on, and the subscription fatigues that ends up basically in a lack of flexibility. The solution, so basically when you order it and you change of plans, you maybe end up just throwing it away, which is the worst thing that can happen. Our solution is basically to offer a meal kit shelf stable at store level. Obviously, we offer Italian recipes, iconic dishes. That what would be the solution for us. A few numbers about our company. We managed to raise 8 million so far. The company was born in 2016, so it's been almost 9 years. We have almost 100K of digital customers, and every order is made of 3.7, it's an average, obviously, boxes. This is just a part of the business. We are now focusing on retail market, where we are kind of expanding 38, 39.
Yes, over. You're 40 seconds over.
Oh, sorry.
Over, yeah, absolutely. That is where we will never know.
All right,
we
okay.
may know what's happening, but this is where.
See that, though.
Well, that's what it's there for, my friend. 1 minute and 30, fair and square for everybody. You'll agree with me.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But 40 seconds, it wasn't 40 seconds to go, it was 40 seconds over. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for my cooking box. Well done. Right, there we are.
Thanks.
Let's find out now. Give me that, I'll take that, note that, there, that's right. There we are. Again, feedback on there. Keep that in your hand, because we're going to hear now from the audience if there's a question regarding what you've just shared. Any questions at all? You're curious, you'd like to challenge what you've heard? All happy? I've got a question. So you're telling me essentially in here, everything, lasagna kit, everything I need to make a lasagna with is in here.
Just add water.
That's right. So I don't have to, so it's quicker for me to put it all together. It's cheaper for me to put it all together.
Got a video recipe on the back, and all the ingredients inside.
Fantastic. Interesting. Yeah. Very intriguing indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for my cooking box.
Thank you.
You didn't see it, it's okay. But how time flies. Time flies, goes very quickly, absolutely. 1 minute 30, as I say, 1 minute 30. What can we do so impactfully in 1 minute 30 to convince somebody of doing something in 1 minute? Not easy at all. Certainly not easy in terms of your big idea, in terms of a startup, trying to convince you to have a conversation, because that's exactly what they're trying to do essentially here on the stage in that 1 minute and 30 time frame. Let's move on now to our next big idea in this SIAL Startup 2024 pitch showcase session. Please welcome Pal and Leo. There we are. So green button. Yeah. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. Did you know that most granolas are fueled with refined sugars, seed oils, and preservatives? At Pal and Leo, that's what we wanted to change. That's why we call it not your typical granola. Our granolas don't have any grains or cereals. As you may know, most granolas are mostly oats and a few nuts. In our case, we only use high-quality organic nuts and seeds. Apart from that, we sweeten our granolas with dates instead of different sources of refined sugars or sweeteners. Our granolas are low in carbohydrates compared to most granolas, and also they don't have any inflammatory oils like rapeseed oil or sunflower oil. As you may know, these create inflammation in our body. Pal and Leo started actually 4 years ago in Argentina as Paleo Granola. I launched this brand because I've always been looking for this balance in my life between enjoying the foods I love and living a healthy life. The early workout, the balanced macros lunch, but still really enjoying the food. So I came up with this idea to create a very healthy product that is as well really, really tasty. Most people say, this doesn't really taste healthy. And this is what we wanted to do. So this hybrid concept is not only the typical breakfast granola. It can also be on top of salads, next to a cheese platter as an appetizer, or even on top of an ice cream, as you can see in our recent collaboration with Oatly Soft Serve. We don't have a booth today, but I'm super happy to talk to you and tell you more about this. We're really looking forward to meet you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Pal and Leo. Thank you so much. There we are. Intriguing, bold.
Can I give them to try?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'd love to try as well.
fantastic.
Absolutely. Are you just going to open them up? Oh, okay, open them up. I'll have one as well. Right, so it's so intriguing, isn't it? It's so true as well. All about really keep eating the food we love, but at the same time try and lead that healthy, balanced lifestyle as well, which is exactly what you're trying to do. So, any questions at all? You're curious, like to know more? I'll pass you the mic, and you can ask a question. Any questions at all? The bags are coming back behind as we go. Take one and pass it on. Any questions? All happy? You look like you're enjoying that. Do you work together? You don't. You do work together. No, you don't. You don't work together, but it looks like you're enjoying it. Everyone's chewing away, and there we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, you haven't got a booth.
Yeah.
Unlike most here, you haven't got a booth. That's okay. Again, so if you are curious, you are intrigued, and you would like to potentially take that conversation forward, not potentially, definitely, come and join. What's your name again?
Eugenia.
Eugenia is here. Grab her straight after this. Have a chat, have a coffee, and take that forward. Ladies and gentlemen, once again,
Thank
please
you.
hands together for Paula and Leo. Well done. There we are, right. So again, all very diverse, all very different as well, all very different in terms of how they share that 1 minute and 30 when you have that time to shine, that 1 minute 30, different ways of doing that indeed. Hopefully, again, all intriguing us all to have that conversation, curious enough to have a conversation and taking that forward. Let's move on now to our next startup, our next big idea, shaking up the food industry. Please welcome Chili Chans. Wow. Yeah. Here we are.
Thank you. Lucky last. Hope I can spice up your day a little. So I'm Yan, the founder of Chili Chans. We are a brand that produces crispy chili oil, other chili condiments, and also healthy instant noodles. So how did I start? A very humble beginning. So I really started in my own kitchen making crispy chili oil because I was just missing home-cooked food during COVID. And fast forward till now, we are on a mission to bring delicious Chinese flavors to your table without any preservatives or natural, vegan, and gluten-free. So I've seen a lot of supermarkets in Chinese supermarkets, Tokos as well. They are full of preservatives and E-numbers. So this is what I want to change. So let's talk about my products. On the left, we have the crispy chili oil, which is perfect for everything. You can put it on even ice cream. And then chili vinegar dressing, we can put it on salad or even burrata, and also dumplings. And they're all 100% natural, vegan again, and also gluten-free and made in Netherlands. And on the right, we have our Great Taste Award-winning noodles. So these are 2 healthy instant noodles, because as you know, instant noodles is actually all deep-fried, and our ones is actually sun-dried and handmade as well. So yeah, we are now in over 150 stores in Europe and UK, and we're trying to expand more to scale up so everyone can enjoy our Chinese delicious flavors without any preservatives. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Chili Chan. There we are. Wonderful. Stay here.
Yep.
Stay here. Absolutely. Again, just click for me. Can you just click for me? There we are. So this here is the QR code again. With this, scan this, and you can give direct feedbacks straight anonymously if you wish in terms of what you felt about what you just heard, good, bad, or anywhere in between as well. You'd like to challenge what you've heard as well. That's the place to do it. But also right now, if there is a question, I will hand this microphone to you. There has not been one question, which is okay, throughout this whole session today. Will there be a question right now for Chili Chan? No, that's okay. It's all good. You don't have to ask questions. It's all about listening. Hopefully, starting that conversation afterwards. As well, again, you're curious. You'd like to know more. Where is your stand? Tell us.
I
don't
also
tell us a number.
don't
Just
have
tell
a
us.
stand,
Oh, you
so
don't have a
just come
stand.
find me here, or you can scan my QR code.
Scan that
Take a
QR
photo.
code right now. Take a photo, or as you walk off, grab her, not grab her, but actually see her, have a coffee, and take that conversation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Chili Chan. Well done. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We have been through, I think, seven big ideas shaking up the food industry. Again, if you enjoyed just a little bit of that, if you're somebody who's curious, who likes a little bit of innovation, want to hear more about these big ideas that are shaking up the food industry, stick around throughout different parts of today, this afternoon, and throughout the week as well. And we'll be doing more of that with pretty much almost all of our startups that are here at SIAL Startup 2024. So that's the end of that session, and we move on now to our next session right now, which is, let me tell you something. I'm really intrigued to hear how this is going to unfold right now. So again, when we hear about taste, it's a very personal thing, right? So things that I taste, things that you taste, we may not have the same taste buds, right? But those emotions, probably those emotions of what we enjoy really means something to us. And when we think about what we've enjoyed when we were younger and how that's stuck in our brain, and how today those ideas and those emotions have affected how we approach food, how we cook it, how we eat it, how we buy it, how we look at things, the packaging, all of this comes into that neuroscience of food. We're going to hear now an intriguing session all about the neuroscience of food that maybe give us more awareness of it, and maybe help us make perhaps even better decisions in the future in terms of the food we eat and choose and buy. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for the founder and CEO of Timus, Mr. Mario Ulbiali.
Green button.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's noisy. I got up at 4. I don't have anything to pitch to you, so let's hope we make this interesting. And hopefully, I'll stay shorter than the time allotted, because I know your attention span is what it is. And I'm not a TikTok video, so. Okay, so quick introduction. Yes, I am this guy here in the picture, founder of a company that's called Timus, originated out of Italy. And what we do today around the world is we provide a platform that major food companies, ingredient companies, fragrance companies, smaller startups, anyone designing, launching, or trying to understand why people eat, they're using that to measure something directly in the brain. But I'm not here to sell you that. I'm here to share a few thoughts on a topic that is quite relevant when it comes to why we eat. So I'm just trying to give you a different perspective on something that you've been exploring and you will be exploring in the next few days. And I'm going to start from something that might be a little disconnected, but bear with me, okay? Well, let's try to just have this walk together in this topic and try to suss out something interesting. So in 1968, a very famous novel was published. And maybe you're not familiar with the novel, but you might be familiar with a movie called Blade Runner. Blade Runner was an original movie from the 80s, and then there was a new one with Ryan Gosling recently. They're both based on this book. So why am I mentioning a book and I'm talking about food nostalgia? It's because I want to take you on that journey, starting from a vision of the future, right? So almost 60 years ago, the vision of the future is that humanoids would be very, very similar to humans, and they would even dream. But as the title of the book says, humanoids would dream of electric sheep, not normal sheep. In food, we're talking about what we're going to be eating next. And a lot of the times you're reading about lab-grown meat. You're reading about microfermentation to substitute protein sources that come from animals. So that's kind of the metaphorical connection for me, is that in 2024, we might not have electric sheep, but we certainly have electric beef. So we're looking at a complete redesign on paper of what we're supposed to eat based on the notion of sustainability and health and animal welfare. And that's all right. But the question really is, this thing has been around for a few years now. And if you look at the numbers of Beyond Meat or somebody else who's attempted to go down the road of plant-based products, alternatives to animal proteins, they don't seem to be picking up that much. So the question for us as neuroscientists is, okay, simple question. Why do we eat? And straight away I can tell you, the answer is very complicated, and it has almost nothing to do with nutrition, minerals, vitamins. It has almost nothing to do with sustainability. The true reason why we eat manifests itself in the brain the minute you look at something to eat, you touch it, you smell it, you put it in your mouth, you chew it, and you swallow it. And today I want to focus on a particular one aspect of that, which we find in every single project that we're running, with Barilla, with Givaudan, with Calsec, with Kraft Heinz, with PepsiCo, with every one of the players that we work with. Inevitably, you always run in the fatal question, which is, I am launching such a fantastic product. Why does anyone want it? Why do they all go back to what they know? They all go back to what they know because there's a very evolutionary reason to define our brain and the relationship between our brain and food as being the laziest of our behaviors. Our relationship with food is based on laziness for two reasons. One is biological and evolutionary. One is, let's say, more personal. The biological evolutionary reason why we're lazy as an animal is that laziness is safe. We tend to forget that we live in an age in which we all have social media, iPhones. We probably flew in here on airplanes, blah, 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 the Tesla car, digital life. Our brain has developed, however, over tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years in an environment in which if you pick the wrong thing to eat, you would actually die. And that part of our brain has not vanished, has not gone anywhere. It's just buried under what we call the neocortex, the part of the brain that is more recent evolutionary. But it's still there, and it's still playing a big role in food choices. So the first reason is that. The second reason is what I'm here to talk to you about today, which is what we call food nostalgia. So what is food nostalgia? The best way to explain food nostalgia from a neuroscientific point of view is to tell a story about myself. Well, I'm very narcissistic, as you can guess. So in 1978, I was 6 years old, and my family had a tradition for Christmas. We kind of gather in the kitchen of our apartment, and every Christmas we would make hundreds of these stuffed pasta specimen that in the area of the country I come from, we call ravioli. By the way, do not try to find the right word for it in Italy because it's like religion. Every area in Italy has a different way to call them. So if you go to Bologna and say these are ravioli, they're going to kill you. So don't do that. But in any case, so we gather in the kitchen and we make hundreds of this. So my brain, I'm 6 years old, starts getting exposed to what? You've guessed. I started being exposed to a context of making and consuming food that brought on for me meaning, sociality, sharing, identity. All of those things we might think are very cultural, very intellectual. They're not. In food, what happens is the multi-sensory experience you have of the dish is cemented in a multi-sensory emotional pattern in your brain, which when repeated over time creates what we romantically call food nostalgia, but as a matter of fact is a functional brain response to a set of stimuli. In other words, if I'm presented with that dish today, if I walk in a room where I smell the smell of fresh pasta, there's an immediate activation that I don't choose, that I don't control, and that drives my choices. This is my son, so I have permission to reproduce the picture. That's my niece. I also have permission from my brother. They're having tea at the farmhouse with grandma, right? Food is, in a lot of the cultures that we belong to, in different ways, a mean to an end. It's far more than nutrition. It's the fabric of a community. It's the fabric of a family. It's the fabric of a group of people. And sometimes it's simply the fabric which an individual would put on his or her own life. In a recent study on love as a food ingredient in the United States, I personally interviewed different people in this research, and I asked them, what's your love food? And one guy that I was interviewing, he said, frozen meal from the microwave. And at first I was very baffled. I was like, what? My love food is my mom's homemade ravioli. How can your love food be frozen food in a microwave? And then I said, why? And he said, because I grew up with my grandma, with no parents. And every day when I came home from school, grandma would defroze that meal because that was the only thing she could afford. But to me, that was my grandma taking care of me. So food nostalgia in neuroscience is measurable. This is what I'm here to tell you about. Because you might think I'm talking about philosophy of food. I'm actually trying to do something to go against this lady, and I don't think it's going to be very easy to do. But when I first saw this advertisement back in 2021, I was in New York City. I was a speaker at the Future Food Tech Conference, right? And I go on stage and I show up that picture first and I say, I'm here to tell you you shouldn't be making food for this lady. And it didn't go down very well in America. It didn't make me very popular. But what I'm trying to tell you is this notion of food, the notion of actually electing that the chief taste consultant for a major brand of new food should be a person who has no bearing and no meaning in the world of food as cultural identity is very significant, right? So the question about what are we supposed to eat in the future is best answered by starting from the fundamentals. And fundamental number one is, why do we eat? And once we start answering that question by saying a lot of what we do with food has to do with our own sense of projection. Hedonic. Number one driver of purchase of any kind of food is taste. Number two driver of any kind of purchase is convenience. Health, the environment, they all come all down the line, guys. Very much down the line. Is that right? I'm not here to tell you it's right, it's not right. I'm telling you, I'm just measuring that. I'm measuring that in the brain of people because the brain is actually the Rosetta Stone of food emotion. Today we possess a technology. That's me, yes. Let's see if we can make this start, or somebody can help me starting this, or maybe not. Yep. This was oh. Can you mute? Can you mute it? No, mute it. Kill it. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know how to say mute it in French, so silence would sound a little unpolite. So this is a TV program that I was hosted with in Italy a month ago. I'm not here to pitch my company. I'm here to tell you this is exactly what I meant when I said we can measure what happens in the brain second by second as people eat. This is what we're doing for a lot of people in the world of food and beverage industry, the big players, the small players. But by doing this as a business, we're learning a lot of stuff that we apply in research and social impact. We are working on notions such as love as a food ingredient. We're working on notions such as, and I love that expression, and I think it's very, very apt to use it in France today, in Paris, emotional terroir. So there is a sense that a community identifies in food for reasons that go much beyond the quality of the food per se. I know, I'm Italian, I shouldn't quote this, but recently I was re-watching The Sopranos. I cannot avoid it as an Italian. And you know, there's a lot of these scenes where these guys sit outside Satriale and they have sandwiches and they have, and the thing is, this is a question for you to take away from today. What is your love food? most of the times when you think of that love, food is a simple thing. It's not the fancy caviar, super complicated. I mean, we all do that. We all go to the Michelin star chefs because we feel smart, intelligent, and progressive. And then when you're in your pajamas and your slippers at home and it's 2 a.m. and you wake up and you're hungry, you don't go for caviar. You go for Nutella. You go for midnight spaghetti with hot, pepper and garlic. That's what we do in Italy, right? So sensory neuroscience is not here to tell you, oh, this is political, this is philosophy. What I'm trying to tell you is we're ushering in an era in which technology is extremely portable and reliable and is allowing us to open up that little door on the unspoken, implicit reaction that our brain has when we're presented with food. And what we're discovering time over time is that the cemented identical repetition of certain experiences is creating in you a food memory, is creating in you your own identity. Do not forget what happens in your brain dictates 100% of who you are and what you do. Not just your body response to food, your choices. The chain of events is you take a piece of food, you have a multisensory experience of the food. You touch it, you smell it, you eat it, you hear it because you certainly know that you hear food. There is a reason why everybody loves crisps, potatoes in bags, because they crunch. And that crunching is part of the experience. So you take a piece of food through your senses, and the chain is, I experience something with the senses go and report information to my brain implicitly, before anything else happens, in a matter of approximately 500 milliseconds, half a second, my brain recognizes, elaborates, and has an emotional reaction to what I'm eating. If you think of smell, that's particularly easy to imagine. You close your eyes, you smell something you know, it doesn't take a lot of time. So, stimuli, emotion. What's the third thing? Let's give out some prizes. No, I'm just kidding. The third step is behavior. If the emotion is positive, and it's comforting, and it's relaxing, and it's soothing, and it makes me feel good, what do I want to do? I want to repeat it. I just want to go out and repeat it. Why do I want to force my 76-year-old mom to still make ravioli every Christmas? Because I want to feel like that every Christmas. Because that's who I am. Who you are is the stratification of multisensorial memories and emotions. Who you are, and I think it's actually good news, even though you might not agree with me, who you are is not your rational part. Luckily enough, who you are is not your conscious decision to say, oh, of course I want to save the planet, so let me just eat a couple of lentils and maybe a plant-based burger or a cultivated piece of meat. That will never happen. That will never happen. Unless everyone in these 5-6 pavilions is going to be working on how do you design a product that pushes the right buttons. Because I'm way too old to rewire my sense of identity. But my son who's 14 is forming his sense of identity. So of course, if he is exposed to plant-based, if he is exposed to a change in his diet, within the meaningful experience of his life, he's going to grow up with that kind of sensorial memory. Which, I'm old, so probably I'm going to say, oh, shit, I wish that he was attached to ravioli, and instead he's attached to an eggplant. It's okay. That's his identity, for him to choose. The big missing link in the industry, and I can tell you for sure because that's what I sell, is that jump. There is too much emphasis on rational messaging. There is way too much emphasis on technology. Do I really care that you can cultivate meat? I don't. Actually, it's kind of creepy if you tell me the full story. What I really care about is that why don't you give me a narrative that I can identify with? why are you not coming to me with an idea of product development that is based on emotion instead of being based on a 70 cents discount on a pound? And you know why? Okay, this is the final, most provocative part of the speech that nobody really likes. Because we live in a westernized mentality in food that is blaming humans all the time. And it's kind of a funny game psychologically, because all the messaging we get in the food industry is, oh my gosh, the food industry has plundered the earth, destroyed the weather, the climate, the planet resources, societies, which, by the way, I'm not negating, I'm not negating. I don't want to get down that road with you guys. What I'm saying is, what is the psychological implicit impact of telling humans, especially in the West, look at you, you guys are all, your habits are all responsible for the decline of this planet. You gotta do something. It's the oldest trick in the book. I've been married 25 years. I know that very well. It's called sense of guilt, right? My wife leverages that every single day of my life. So the thing is, implicitly, the culture of food innovation in the West is based on the principle of guilt. The unspoken truth, we are led to hate ourselves. Therefore, we push down the emotional, hedonic, cultural aspect of eating because we're like, my culture cannot be good. If I damage the planet like this, there's nothing good in my identity. There's nothing good in my emotion. So I shouldn't be even talking about it, you know? I should just go to a survey and just say, oh my God, yes, plant-based is great. And then we work on plant-based all the time, guys. As much as they have progressed, I'm telling you, the brain doesn't quite like those products. And we're seeing that all the time. So my suggestion is, can we just start by not hating humans? That would be a great start. So we live in the age in which we can design. What I'm trying to tell you is having measurable data on the brain response to food allows us to do something that was unthinkable of as of 5 years ago, which is we can actually put a number on food emotion, on familiarity, on engagement, on acceptance. We do that. We have scales. We can give you repeatable numbers on that. So design something, which we do all the time with the companies we work with. You can now design food experiences based on those variables. Get them out to real humans. Get them to eat them. Measure what they feel. Digitize that data. Repeat. That's how you can design transitional foods that are sustainable. Because the basic rule is the simplest rule. If humans are not going to embrace these products, doesn't matter if the theory is that these products are going to save the planet. And we all know that, but we have to start talking about it. Because I'm kind of sort of tired of going to the conferences with like hating humans all the time. It's, I hate a very large proportion of humanity, but there's still a few people I love. So I'd like to love them. So, end of story. End of story is, okay, can we kill the electric sheep now? Set that aside as a concept and think about real food? Because that's what I'm interested in. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Mario Ulbiali. There we are. So intriguing, isn't it? Intriguing to hear how all these emotions and when we're younger, how we feel. And sometimes it is just simple ideas, simple experiences that we have when we were younger that actually take us through to the decisions and the decisions that we're making today. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the session right now. Guess what? We will have a well-deserved short and sweet break of about an hour and a half. So 2 o'clock, we'll be back here, 2 o'clock with the sessions. Again, more ideas, perspectives, insights from those shaking up the food industry. And also we'll be having our pitch sessions as well. Again, 1 minute 30 to stand on here, showcasing your big idea to you to help hopefully convince you of having a conversation with them, taking that forward. So join us back here, SIAL Startup 2024 at 2 o'clock for more ideas, insights, and everything in between.
career as well. But, you know, I don't always want to carry one.
Right, Monsieur Dame, welcome back to SIAL Startup 2024. Listen, this is it again. If you're just walking past now, not quite sure where to go, what's your next move, whether it's a booth, whether it's going forward, backwards, left or right, so many options, but maybe, peut-être, right here will be the best option for you to take a seat, maybe grab a coffee, and delve into the world of startups, of innovation, of big ideas. If you're curious, you'd like to know more about what's really happening within the world of the food industry and how it's moving forward in certain different areas, you're in the right place, because today, yesterday, and all of this week, naturally, SIAL Startup 2024, SIAL Pitch, this is the place to be. So remember, a little bit later on, we'll be jumping into another set of startups, all showcasing their big idea right here on this stage here for no less, well, maybe less, but it won't be more than 1 minute 30. 1 minute 30 to share your big idea. Who can share anything to convince people to have a conversation with them in just 1 minute 30? It's a tough act, certainly indeed, but they've been doing it all day yesterday, today as well, and they'll be doing it all week also. So again, if you're curious, you like new ideas, this essentially is the right place for you. Great to have so many people with us right now. What we're going to do right now is jump into the world of trends and technologies in alternative protein. So hopefully this will help us kind of make sense of really where we are, where we're moving forward in the industry as well. And again, potentially, for those that are here, potentially help you make better decisions in the businesses you have. I'm intrigued as much as you are, ready to see and hear how this is going to unfold right now. So ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. So please welcome to the stage right now, founder of Virtuous Food Revolution Alliance, Mr. Felipe Fontanelli. Please join us, Felipe. And from Food R&D Director TF Takas, Cyril Rosenwald. If you can sit there, that's right. Please come and join us. Also co-founder of Fabas Foods, Arik Teller. Arik, please come and join us. And the man who's going to shape this session as he did earlier on as well. Please welcome CEO and founder of Sesamers, Ben Costantini.
Thank you. Peter didn't want to give me the microphone. I'm sorry about that, but I would need it because we have 3 amazing guests with us today. I will ask you to share those 2 microphones if it's okay. We'll get straight into the conversation, but before, can you give us a quick introduction about your business? Let's start with the startup founder here, since we're at the SIAL Startup Space. Annick, what is it that you do?
So thanks a lot for being here. My name is Annick Thaler. I'm one of the co-founders of Fabas, and we do pills-based ingredients. We started with a B2C brand, launching our portfolio in Switzerland, are now doing more B2B ingredients for other companies, at the moment focusing on dairy alternatives.
Thank you very much. Sally.
Hi, so I'm Sirli and I'm from TF Tech from Tallinn, Estonia, which is a contract research organization, and for more than 5 years one of our main focuses has been in supporting the alternative protein space. So the companies in this field developing new technologies, starting really from the protein extraction, ingredient production, and up to the end product development, shelf life, consumer acceptance, all that kind of topics. So food researcher insight is something I'm going to give today, but also I have experience as a startup founder, so I got insights from different perspectives.
Thank you so much. Felipe.
Hi. Hi, everybody. My name is Felipe Fontanelli, and I am a founder of Virtuous Food Revolution Alliance. We are a group of companies that are together to promote more equitable and sustainable ecosystem, mostly focused in plant-based brands and supporting them to accelerate their sales and their presence across different countries.
Thank you. Before we get into different questions and segments, just before I heard you saying that 2 years ago there was a lot more alternative, proteins here, like plant-based, meat and so on. Can someone tell me why? What's going on?
I can maybe start. So yeah, I was saying that there are much less alternative protein companies out there, and I think it has been quite rough years for alternative protein companies. So there were quite a lot of high expectations. Consumers were not adopting as fast as been thought. Then there have been multiple crises, economical situation, all that things put together. So I think that's the reason why we can really see the difference in this conference as well.
Thank you. This is a trend that you think is particularly visible here in Europe, or it's happening everywhere?
Can I? Well, I think this is a global trend that is happening. I myself just a few months ago I exited Wicked Kitchen, which is a well-known brand in the space and is present in US and in Europe as well. And it's the same pattern. There is a lot less space for brands, for plant-based brands on the shelves. There is a process of consolidation. There are brands buying other brands and trying to get together to build their strengths, either in production or in distribution. And the consumption is not as maybe initially we were planned for. The penetration of plant-based food has not been as fast as we all wanted. I mean, we all sold and wanted to see a dream of everybody consuming plant-based products instead of meat. But the reality is that the speed of the transaction has been much slower, and for different reasons. The way I see it, the way I've seen, there is a gap between the taste of the product and the price. This is the main gap today that we see, and that slows down plant-based products.
One of the trends that we see with SIAL Innovation is that there's more, let's say, real plant products,
Exactly.
and not products that are trying to look like other things based with plants. Fabas Foods just recently launched. You started 2 years ago. So sorry to ask, but then, is it a good market for a startup to launch, currently?
Well, I don't know, actually, because we just started now, and I think we are a part of this second wave of plant-based products. So there was this first wave where a lot of investment went into, where it was really just about just vegan, and it was fine. So just having a nice picture somewhere on the website was already enough to convince customers. And now there's this second wave where it's more...
Yeah, if you can keep your microphone.
Where it's more also about price, sustainability. So people ask where the products do come from, and that's where we come in. We source very locally, and we try to process as little as possible. And by working, for example, directly with farmers, we also give this feeling of food, because normally food comes from the farm, from a field. People know that. People know that meat comes, or dairy comes from animals that they can have a look at if they want, and we try to do the same with plant-based products, that they are not that anonymous anymore, and then it's easier for people to change there.
Okay, let's go to some of the basics. There are different types of alternative proteins, let's say, different type of technologies to create them. Can you explain what you do at Fabas, and then maybe we can go through like the different type of products that fall under that category? How do you do yourself? What is it that you do?
So we focus still on the, let's say, traditional source, on just pulses, actually. So peas, beans, chickpeas, all plants that grow on the field. And what we do then is we mill them, and then we have an extraction and fermentation process that comes afterwards, which leaves us with the ingredients that then can be used. And for the moment, our product is plant-based milk that can be used for the production of yogurts, for example, or also plant-based cheeses, exactly the same as cow milk can be used.
Thank you. Other technologies, other innovation in the space? Maybe, Silly, you can tell us about it?
Yes, so I guess when we look at the market, then most of the products today, they are from plant protein origin. But I would say that now fermentation is getting more and more attention in that space, and so we can divide basically plant proteins, fermented proteins like biomass of fungi, bacteria, yeast, and also, of course, cultivated meat. So this is like three large pillars of alternative proteins that are out there, and technologies are developed right now.
I don't know if this is like a metric that is easy to get, but what is the breakdown like right now? Like, is it like a majority of plant-based, and the fermentation is growing and cultivated is still very, very niche? Is it more or less what's going on?
I would say the technology with plant-based extrusion is quite well known and well spread. Very easy, but it's very processed as well. And the push of consumers is getting more and more less and less ingredients, I would say. Not more and more, less and less ingredients. And fermentation actually is doing that. So I see a lot of potential also in the taste of the product. There are some really interesting products out there that are fermented, and they are amazing. And really 1 or 2, max 3 ingredients. So, and this is we were saying earlier now how the reality is that the increasing of consumption of plant-based has not stopped. The question is that the habits of people, now ourselves, how long do we take to change the habit of eating meat, of taking off meat out of our diet every day? And what is out there in the food service, in restaurants, on the retail, is still a lot connected to our habits of consuming meat at every meal. And so the speed of changing the habits in humans, it takes slightly more time. So who is today exposing here are companies that actually manage to be resilient enough to make decisions that makes them still be here.
I was wondering, you were mentioning earlier that there's also like a challenge between the cost for the consumer, the cost of the product, and the actual value or perceived value of it. You mentioned something like that. I would imagine that technology is what will help those costs go down. What is the most promising one? Like, again, maybe specifically on those 3 big blocks that we were mentioning earlier. What is the space that is more promising to make the cost go so that people feel like it's a good option for them? You want to continue?
In terms of product, I think you have more to say about products and costs.
I could maybe comment that we are talking about cost parity with meat. And a big part of this cost parity is incentives that are currently supporting meat production. So I think this is one side. But from the other side, of course, we still need to find the ways how to bring down the cost of alternative protein products as well. But I would say that it is also related to the scale of which we are producing. So because a lot of companies are rather small companies when we compare to meat producers. So this is also one of the aspects that you really need to find bigger markets and sell more in order to get the prices down. But technological innovation is always going on, and for example, when we talk about this fermented protein possibilities as well, and also cultivated meat, so I would say that the unit economics is the major thing that everybody are keeping in mind. We're developing the technologies, so I think there is a huge potential to bring down the costs.
I was wondering if you think that, sorry, if you want to react. No, I was wondering if one of the drivers for like faster, bigger adoption is the pressure that large companies have in terms of ESG and reporting on their climate footprint. So like airline companies, for example, so suddenly they will bring in more alternative solutions, right? And that is one of the drivers to get this maybe faster to the market. Or like brands like Sodexo, this type of people.
I think absolutely yes. Volume is the answer to reduce price in any scale of production. But again, it's education. How can you bring education to companies like that to bring new products to their consumers? Most of those companies work for other companies. So I have been myself in different Mense, I don't remember the name in...
Show? Like fairs?
Yeah. So a lot of those companies, they are looking for products, for innovative products. They are looking for products that are more sustainable. But at the same time, then they go back to companies like Sodexo, Compass, and they say, like, we want this product. Say, we don't have that product. Why you don't have that product? Because it's too expensive. Because we go back to economy of scale of having meals for 3 or 4 euros. And when you have a set meal for 3 or 4 euros for a factory or for this type of operation, it's really hard to get prices in line. But it's a bit of the chicken and the egg question. How can you get the volume? Because then you can get the prices. It's a question of education, really. To continue to educate and to bring together different players to educate the consumers.
I wanted to ask from your experience at Fabas Food, how is it going? Like you're facing this right now, right? What is the volume that you can produce, and what do you need to be able to, I don't know, take costs down or produce more?
Yeah, from the beginning, this was a problem that we faced, and we knew that we had to find a way around it. And I think most of the companies that you just mentioned that are not around anymore built factories themselves. So that's something that we didn't do. So we knew that our value that we can bring is more in R&D and technology, but not really in production. That's such a complicated business, and you really need to be an expert to do that well, and to do that also well when you scale up. So we work with always with contract manufacturers, and there, for example, we at the moment use traditional dairy producers that have spare infrastructure that they don't use, but actually the technology they use is not that different if you want to transform plant-based proteins. And I think like that, we could reach price parity if we have the volumes. So that's of course always a question of volume and of customers as well, but like that we would be at least ready if the big orders come in to say like, yeah, okay, then we can reach that. But another thing that you mentioned are subsidies. So that's especially for Switzerland, but I think also in other European countries that's very important, and at the moment not in favor of plant-based products. So I hope by changing that and then working with partners is the solution, at least for us.
So regulation is one of the factors here. I was wondering, as a question maybe for the startup in this room, we're at SIAL Startup, some of them are linked, their R&D is possible thanks to the investment from venture capital firm or grants that they get from maybe a research project. Can you explain maybe a little bit how it is for your company without maybe telling us the details of how you get your funding? But I'm just wondering, the depth of R&D, the fact that you're doing research to launch a new product is a different story when it comes to being a startup. It may take a lot of time. The return on investment for the investors is less clear, maybe. How is it for you? Have you raised funds? Do you need to?
Yes, we just closed a round in June, so now we don't have to for maybe 1 or 2 years. But we have a combination of different funds. There are different possibilities around. I think for the first time for doing a lot of R&D, it's better to get non-dilutive funding, maybe from the government, from programs, but there are also quite a lot of foundations around, and maybe sometimes even foundations from companies that want to invest in a more sustainable future and whatever about the sustainability reporting that you just mentioned. So I think that's a good place to start, and then when you're ready to enter market or when you're closer to entering the market, then going more for investors, because they normally look more for financial growth as well, and in the early days you cannot really provide that. So we started as a B2C brand as well, so we thought like it's easier to be on the market ourselves and have at least a bit of revenue. So yeah, we have quite a mixed model, and at the moment 50-50 around non-dilutive and dilutive funding. And I think the best way is just to open up and be very broad, and also don't, we also have some partners that invested. I think that's also a good way on having partners very close to you, so to just ask for, is there like a path together?
I'm wondering, from your experience, you're working with many different startups, so you're incubating them, or some of them are spin-off of the research center. How does it work?
We work also with startups, but also mature companies, so with all sort of companies. And I would also say that I guess it depends on the country, but at least in Estonia, there are also quite good grant possibilities for startups, but also more, let's say, to SMEs or small, medium-sized, but also to large companies. And a lot of service or support that we are providing, it is very often supported by public grants and public money. So these are really good opportunities for the companies.
Can you tell us a bit more about the type of research that is going on in your organization?
Yes, maybe one of the most interesting thing I would come to is fermentation. We talked about biomass fermentation for protein, but I think fermentation has so much potential also in combination with plant proteins. For example, what we are doing now, we said that taste is a huge issue, and actually fermentation can be a very feasible solution how to get rid of different off flavors. So we are currently putting a lot of attention in that, to use fermentation to produce more neutral protein isolates, concentrates, also apply fermentation in different end product developments. And regarding for off taste, but also it helps to improve the nutritional value even more, to get rid of the anti-nutrients, for example, or help to improve the bioavailability of different important nutrients. So I think that fermentation has very, very good potential. And the third interesting thing about fermentation I would mention is that there are now a lot of companies who are also combining, for example, fungi and plant proteins, and I think people are very much looking into clean label solutions. And if we think traditional plant protein-based meat alternatives, then you need to use a lot of additives, a lot of ingredients. So I have seen recently very interesting approaches how different fungi have been used to really, to improve the properties and the ingredient list of mainly plant protein-based products.
Do you think there is a change in consumer behaviors in younger generations, or they just do the same as the previous ones? It's for everybody here. I'm just curious to know if we can expect from the next, consumers to have a different approach to this.
I guess it is. I think there are a lot of younger people who are very much caring about the environment and sustainability, but I don't think we have time enough to wait for it to be only like generation change. But I think the ESG point you mentioned before, so it's really, really important. So companies not only look from this perspective what they can offer to the consumers, but they also have to look from the perspective what are the regulative requirements to the corporates and how they can solve their problems, and then look the way to the consumers together. So what's the best approach that everybody could win from that?
This is what you do, part of what you do, right?
Yeah, from the good news is there is hope. This is the good news. There is hope, because younger generations, on average, they choose what they eat based on their environmental impact, and this is a fact. And the shift in consumer is very evident as far as we go. In a close future, it's not that far. Decision makers.
So when you say close future, what?
We're talking now. We're talking right now. Consumers, Gen Z, they consume products based on what their environmental, they're conscious consumers. And this is not just, there's a spiritual revolution at the moment where people are more aware of what they're doing. They do more, they do yoga, they care about what they eat. And this is very evident in the food they choose to eat. But obviously, there is habits to be changed, and the habits take time. So we have to expect and to be more open to more diverse diet that goes always further and further into the plant-based. But in order to do that, we need products that are good. Fundamentally, we need products that are good. So if they're not good, they're good for the environment, they don't work. Unfortunately, they don't work. So the fermentation, it's a really, really interesting way to explore the alternative. I would actually call them complementary, not alternative. Someone very recent has brought this to me as a way to also from our brain to say that there's no opposites. Actually, the plant-based or fermentation or cultivated, they are complementary to our diet. So the hope is there. Consumers are changing their habits, but the last point in the distribution, which is retail, food service, those are the ones that are still in a conservative point of view because they care about price. Because also for consumers, price is a very important point. So how can we as a system bring together the different stakeholders and be able to develop innovation in a way that access market immediately? This is one of the challenges that I see.
Right, thank you. That was kind of the last part of the question I wanted to ask all of you, so thank you for the segue. Before we do that, I wanted to quote Albrecht from this morning. You talked about the new food, not alternative, maybe complementary, new. Right? You talk about collaboration and a way to sort of break barriers and get things to change faster. I hear you talk about education. I don't know how we educate people as a food company, as less even food startups in a sense. Maybe you have something to say about it. But what are the barriers that if we could remove them immediately, like, I just snap my finger and we get, what you dream to happen right away. What are they? Maybe I can ask you first, because you are in the trenches bidding it right now.
Asking just about one barrier is a tough question. Yeah, I would say openness to new product, because I think a lot of people just go to the store, and that may not apply to people from the food industry, but a lot of just, let's say, normal people go to the store and they pick the same products over and over again, and they are quite blind to what is around. And I think by opening that a bit, they could explore new possibilities. So, for example, one of our products was a hummus, and a lot of people were like, "Oh no, I don't eat hummus. I'm not vegan." And actually, hummus is not a vegan replacement. And you also cannot eat bread or potatoes or whatever. When that is your way of thought, I think a bit more openness to innovation and just trying new things. And maybe it's not tasty, then take the next one. There are enough products on the shelves. But yeah, try and go with what you like and also stay there then.
Okay, one barrier, so openness. Silly?
I think one of the difficult things is it is not a new thing I'm saying right now, but food is a very cultural thing. I would say that we tend to say in Estonia we don't have very much food culture, but I think about Italians, French people. I think the more important food is in the culture, the more difficult it is to really start to innovate and teach people to try new things. And that's why I'm personally very much in favor into looking also like hybrid approaches, using classical meat products, replacing part of the protein with plant-based fermented protein, other source. So you could really communicate the health benefits, some environmental benefits, but really looking new possibilities how we could introduce more sustainable protein sources inside the existing solutions.
I would just add collaboration. Collaboration between brands and retailers or food operators in developing new solutions. Because on one side, they hold the insights of consumers, and on the other side, as a brand, we hold the technology and the ideas to develop new products. How can we collaborate together to develop products that are actually going to stay in the market? They're not just going to be launched. So
that's a very good one. As we're getting to the end, of this session, right after we will have a new series of pitches from the startups of SIAL Paris, and they are all of them doing complementary proteins or new food. So I really look forward to what they are building, where they're creating. If you had one last word to tell to these startups, to those founders, what would it be? The main piece of advice? Again, asking you first because you're the one who just started 2 years ago.
And maybe not the right one to give advice yet.
No, that's why.
But I would say stick to it and don't give up. I think that's the most important thing. And also try to find ways, if it's maybe one business case is not working, try to find another one. For us, it
you
was,
did, right?
Yeah, for us it was switching from B2C to more B2B because we actually learned that most companies are better in launching the products on the market and having all the contacts with retail, for example. But what we can bring in is better ingredients for their product. So that's now where we find, let's say, our niche and where we would try to stick. And yeah, I see that also in a lot of other startups going that way. So yeah, not
Thank
giving
you.
up and finding way around.
Stick to it, yeah, don't give up. Yeah. Silly, any advice for the founders?
Maybe one of the things to learn from the experience from the others, learn from the market, and maybe another thing for the companies who are working, basically solving the pain of environmental or climate crisis, they need to find some other pain points as well. So I think that's also important to understand that if the only problem that they are solving cannot be environmental problems, that they will have to find it from the market perspective as well, depending on which player. It doesn't have to be always the consumer, but to understand whose pain they are actually solving.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would say stick to it. Absolutely, yes. And be nimble, be flexible. And if you gotta fail fast so you can learn. Failing is just a trial, nothing else.
Thank you. We're wrapping up this conversation. You'll stick around if people want to talk to you. We are going to be around. And right after us, there is a series of startups I was telling you who are doing alternative proteins in amazing ways. Thank you for joining us here at SIAL Paris. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There we are. So again, welcome to SIAL Pitch. Again, if you've just joined us, or you were here the last 5 minutes, again, you're just coming to the end of that intriguing, healthy, productive discussion, really, again, looking at different ideas within the food industry and moving forward in terms of innovation, helping you make sense of really what's going forward as well. What we're going to do right now is, as I said earlier on, and as we've been doing all yesterday and today as well, and we're going to do this all week also, 1 minute 30 on this stage. You stand here with a microphone and you showcase your big idea. 1 minute 30. You're going to do it. Could you do it? Could you showcase your big idea? But more importantly, showcasing that big idea to convince your public, your audience, to have a conversation with you. Because essentially that's why they're here. That's why you're here, to have conversations, to take those forward and to see where they blossom and unfold. And remember, all of our startups that are here throughout the week here, handpicked, big ideas, showcasing their big ideas. All their booths are here. Most of their booths are here. You can see them all around. Already, I know a lot of you have been walking around, tasting, biting, chewing, drinking, swallowing, all those things you do when you put food and drink in your mouth, which is delightful. And we're going to do more of that, hopefully, right now with maybe some of the demos, some of the products and the fantastic, delicious, big ideas that we're going to hear right now. Should we jump in? Yes, we will. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our very first big idea. Remember, this is all about plant-based meat, seafood, and alternatives within those 3 areas. I'm intrigued as much as you are to hear and hopefully taste what they're all about. Let's start with our first startup. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage right now, startup known as Ooh La La. Come and join us. Ooh La La.
Thank you.
There we are. That's yours. Green button.
Green button.
Is that what people say when they taste your food? Ooh la la.
Green button?
No, not green button. Ooh la la. Take it away.
Hopefully. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Yes, we're Olala. We're a French company, and our business is seafood, alternative seafood, plant-based seafood. We have a wide range of 6 different products that we make in our own factory. The reason is, you know, all these problems that the ocean have with overfishing, pollution, and the fact that in a short while there won't be any fish left in the ocean. It's not exactly for that reason that we do what we do. The reason why we do what we do is because we think that people should have good seafood all the time, and alternatives are necessary. So we have, as I was saying, 5 different products. They're all around salmon and tuna. We have a cooked tuna, a raw tuna, cooked salmon, raw salmon, and smoked salmon, which actually won the Startup Prize Award here at SIAL in 2024, and that you will be able to taste with our other products, because Mag is right now going through you with a plate with some of our samples. We now sell only B2B in the whole of Europe. We sell in 5 different countries today: France, the Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Sweden, and Israel, and we will be starting to sell in the UK this month and expanding. As I was saying, we only sell B2B, and our products, the prices of our products very much match the price of fish, which has become, as you know, a scarce resource. And so we have prices that are pretty much competitive with the alternative we're trying to replace. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Ooh La La. There we are. Keep hold of that. I'll take that.
You can find us on our booth right there.
Right, again, here is the QR code. So scan this QR code. This will take you to a platform where you, if you wish, you can give feedback directly to Ooh La La and all our other startups as well. You can say something nice. You can say something not so nice if you want to. Well, hopefully not. Don't go away. Don't go away. Where are you going? Come back. You're not finished. Not finished. So you can do that right now. Again, give some constructive feedback back to Ooh La La or any of our other startups. Incidentally, right now, if you're curious, you're intrigued, and you'd like to ask a question, I'll come around with a microphone, and you can ask a question now if you want to. Any questions for Ooh La La?
Just a short, and what from these products are made?
Sorry?
What these alternative proteins you are using to create salmon or tuna?
We're mainly, mostly, and almost exclusively using pea for the taste, and also because it's a non-allergen resource, so we don't want to have any major allergens in our product. So it's mainly pea, yellow pea.
The question was, what's the main ingredient in your products? And the answer is?
Yellow pea.
Correct.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Ooh La La. Before you go, Ooh La La, where is your booth? Don't tell us a number. We don't want to know a number. Where are you?
It's right there in the startup area.
Just over there.
Just
and
over
look
here.
for blue. Ooh La La. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for this man.
Thanks for your time.
What a beautiful pose.
I have a minute and a half, but you
Minute
have
and a
like
half.
3 minutes each time. It's
No, I
crazy.
don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. What are you talking about? Qu'est-ce que vous parlez là? C'est pas vrai. No, well, I can. I'm not a starter. I can take if I want 10 minutes, je peux si je veux là. Bon. Okay, should we continue? Yes, we will. He just told me I have 1 minute and a half and you have 3 minutes. Well, I'm not a startup sharing my big idea. Right. But if I was, I would just have 1 minute 30. Right, let's continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next startup. This is called Rival Foods. Please come and join us.
Okay, green button.
Clearly, this is not me. My name is Birgit Dekkers. I'm co-founder and CEO of Rival Foods. At Rival Foods, we are convinced we need to transform our food system for a more sustainable world. We need to transition towards more plant-based foods. However, the existing plant-based meat alternatives are only in the unhealthy processed category: burgers, sausages, nuggets. We at Rival Foods believe that this should be done differently. We introduce to you the next generation of plant-based meats. We have a new technology that's able to recreate the meaty, fibrous texture, taste, and juiciness of whole cuts in 3 categories: chicken, red meat, and fish. We use only plant-based ingredients. Our products are clean label, high in protein, low in saturated fat and salt, offering a truly nutritious product. Moreover, our products have been rated by consumers as being the most tastiest amongst our competitors. We have a unique technology to recreate that meaty fibers texture, which is called shear cell technology. It's developed at Wageningen University, and we have spin out of the company of the university already 5 years ago, really scaling the technology. We have several patents, and we are now ready to actually start industrial production. We have a great team working on this project in the Netherlands, and we're now ready to offer these products to you to really enjoy the taste of the future. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Rival Foods, enjoying the taste of the future. Again, if you just click for me, can you click for me once? There we are. There's the QR code. You can scan this. You, again, anonymously, if you want to, give feedback about what you just heard to help us all, but also naturally to help our startups as well. Finally, where can we find you? If we're intrigued, we're curious, whereabouts?
Really in the corner
Just
of the startup area.
Over there on the left-hand side.
Furthest away from this.
The furthest. Couldn't get any further. Okay, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Rival Foods. Thank you so much. Just put them on there. Wonderful. Right, we move on. We are going through, again, if you've just joined us, this is all about big ideas, plant-based meat, seafood, and alternatives. There we are. Rival Foods is still coming round. I just would love to try absolutely everything that showcases on here. I can't. Oh, I suppose I could. I might do that from tomorrow. Right, let's move on to our next big idea here on stage. Please welcome the next startup to share the big idea in 1 minute 30 seconds, Aberreen SL. Please come and join us.
Hi, I'm Michael Beverly from Aberreen. We have developed a plant-based foie gras. So as you know, foie gras is really controversial in how it's made. So we decided to do a plant-based version, and we took almost 3 years of R&D to get to our last solution. We have 3 different products: regular, truffle, and espelette pepper. The idea is a challenge is that today people like the taste of foie gras, but they hate how it's made because you have to force feed ducks to get it. So we decided to come up with a solution to get that and do something amazing product, but without force feeding anybody. So that's foie green, and so we have a mi-cuit and also soon a cooked version. And we are growing all over Europe, and soon we'll be also in the US and the UK. So we have a team of different experts, VCs, and also industrial partner, so we can scale up the production. And right now we secure some deals in the UK, Canada, and soon US. So that's why we're asking for 100K to be able to grow over there and to get and grow abroad and continue developing the product. Voilà. Okay.
You happy? Done?
Yeah.
Fantastic. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, Aberreen. Right. Just click for me. I'll do it. Okay, there we are. Bang. QR code. You know what to do. Scan this. Feedback. Let our startups know exactly how they feel and potentially how you could give the feedback to help them move forward with their pitch as well. Right, open it up to you. If you have any questions, a question or two or one, I'll come around with the microphone now. Put your hand up, I'll give you the microphone. Any questions at all? Anything you'd like to challenge? Remember, you can challenge our startups as well. Something you completely disagree with. Ask them. Ask them what's on your mind. Nothing on your mind. Empty minds, which is completely okay. It's all good. All happy? Yes, you are. You're happy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Aberreen. Thank you so much.
You can come try the product. We're just on the side over there. I have free samples for you to try.
Oh, free samples for us to try. You should have given them out here. We would have tried them all.
I'll give you over there.
Put that down on the table. There we are. Just over there, free samples. Wonderful. Okay, let's move on now to our next big idea here on the SIAL Startup Stage 2024, all about showcasing ideas in no more than 1 minute 30. 1 minute 30. You can't even boil an egg. Can you boil an egg? I don't know. Can you boil an egg in 1 minute 30? Can you, maybe, can you your eggs, can you boil your eggs in 1 minute? Depends how you like your eggs. Don't boil them at all. Or maybe tea. Can you make tea in 1 minute? Can you make toast I don't know. If you know anything you can make in 1 minute 30 very, very well, please let me know. Let's move on now to our next big idea. Please welcome to the stage Le Pas Pendu. Come and join us.
Hello everyone, I'm Sherilyn, the co-founder and CEO of Le Pas Pendu, and I'm very happy to be here today to introduce you our innovation to make omelets without breaking eggs. First, what's the common point between these 4 recipes? They all need eggs. That's right, egg is everywhere because of its culinary versatility and its nutrition fact. But when we talk about allergen, about animal welfare, and about sustainability, it's an inconvenience. So at Le Pas Pendu, we want to bring an innovative solution, a plant-based alternative to egg that is a greener version of egg and a better solution. It's healthier as it's less caloric than egg, it's high in protein, and it's 3 times better for environment as it significantly reduces the carbon footprint. We have a range of 3 products with the same formula. It's an alternative of beaten egg that you can cook as a beaten egg, as an omelette, scrambled egg, and also as a sweet and savory recipes. And we have 3 shapes of product designed for food service and for consumers. And you know what? The 4 recipes you saw, tamago sushi, brioche, scrambled egg, and pâte à choux, are in fact made with our product, Le Pas Pendu. Thank you. And come to see me at the booth 6 ST018.
Le Pas Pendu, you've just given us numbers there. Again, for us, many of us, it just seems like numbers. Where are you exactly?
At
No, but where?
Just there.
There,
Yeah.
just over there, and they'll find you. Okay, wonderful. Just click for me once. Click for me once.
Up.
There we are, up, and we have the QR code here. Scan this, give your feedback on exactly how you feel about what you just heard. Any questions for Le Pas Pendu? Any questions
if you
at all?
want free tasting from...
Oh, I think
yeah.
we do one. You should have done
Yeah.
that. Let's do it now,
Sorry, Paul.
quickly. Yeah, give me one. Can I have
Yeah.
one? Nothing for me. Right.
It's a plant-based omelette.
You should have done this. Listen, here's a
You have
suggestion.
questions?
Here's a big idea, suggestion, which I've been suggesting yesterday and today as well. For those startups that will be showcasing today, tomorrow, and throughout the week. Have one of these ready. Have one of your colleagues come round. We will all taste it. We will all bite it. We will all drink a little bit of what you're sharing. And if we can hear you talking about it while we're tasting it, it just makes us have that connection a little bit more. So again, if you have some food to share, some drink to share it. Okay, wonderful. Any questions at all for Le Pas Pendu? Peut-être. Y a pas? No, all happy. Listen, everybody's eating. Everybody's got something in their mouth. They can't ask a question. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, put your hands together for Le Pas Pendu.
Thank you.
Well done. That's great. Eggs. I'm about boiling an egg. I had no idea. I really had no idea it was going to be about eggs. Right, let's move on to our next startup, next big idea. Please welcome to the stage right now, standing ovation.
Hi, I'm Philippe Maubernat, CFO from Standing Ovation. This white powder with high quality and extremely potential is our first animal-free casein, which is a protein fully identical to the milk one. Because there will be a shortage of protein to feed the world of 8 to 10 million of population, and because breeding growth is limited and generates a strong carbon footprint, we decided to produce and to sell next year our product ingredient to the industrials. The product is made through the precision fermentation process and therefore is extremely versatile and allow to produce a lot of opportunities. And in Paris, in our lab, we do some yogurt, some foaming milk, some cheese, some ice cream. And we will welcome you on the stand 73, just over there, just to see what we can do, what the potential of the company is, and hopefully next year you will be able to have some finished products in your plates. Thank you very much.
Keep that in your hand. No, keep that in your hand. You might need it. I'm gonna just click for me once. There we are. Again, we have our QR code here. You can scan this and give feedback for standing ovation if you wish. Right now, over to you. Any questions at all? There have been no questions. Well, there have been. Sorry. Any questions at all for standing ovation? You're curious. You'd like to know more. You'd like to challenge what you've just heard. I'll give you the microphone. Any questions at all? All happy? No questions, don't need a question. They know everything they need to know. Where can they find you again? Remind us.
Well, just over there, stand 73.
Just over there, stand 73. Standing ovation. He doesn't get a standing ovation right now. However, I'm sure they would love to. They won't because... Will they? Will you give this man a standing ovation? There we are. There we are. Only... Great. Yeah, that's right. It's all recorded. We'll cut the bit out where I told everybody to do that, and you can use that file and just pretend everybody gives you a standing ovation. There we are.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, standing ovation. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. So we have just gone through a whole selection of new big ideas shaking up the industry. They're all here for one reason. Well, not just one reason, but a big reason is those conversations. So if you've been intrigued, you're curious, you'd like to taste a little bit or drink a little bit of what they're sharing, go over to their booths, have those conversations, and move forward with that as well. What we're going to do right now is have a very, very short break until 3:05, so about a 10-minute break or so, 3:05, and we will continue with this SIAL Startup Pitch 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, Monsieur Dame, welcome back to SIAL Startup Pitch 2024. Again, if you're just passing by, you're not passing by, you're sitting here, you're ready and wait, because you know what's going to happen here just in a few moments. But if you're just walking past, not quite sure what this is, everybody's sitting down looking at a stage, looking at a man with a microphone and people waiting to go on stage. This is all about big ideas, all about startups showcasing their big ideas, that's shaking up the food industry, a bite at a time, moving forward, sharing their delicious flavors, ideas and insights to help you have a conversation with them afterwards. So that's what they're here for. 1 minute 30 on this stage to pitch their big idea. Not an easy task for anybody to do, even great professionals to do everything, short it down, short and sweet into 1 minute 30, not an easy task to do. But all of these startups, that's exactly, beautifully, is what they're going to do right now. Should we start? Yes, we will. Right, so remember, this is all about sustainable ingredients and vegetable production. All startups, ideas, innovation, all connected with this topic. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the first startup to the stage. Please welcome Funguit.
Hello everyone, very excited to be here today. Hope you're having a great SIAL. I'm Anas Eridaoui, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Fungit. We are a flavor specialist with fermentation. And I don't know if you've been there 2 years ago, but there was a lot of plant-based brand everywhere. We were always talking about plant-based. And this edition, well, we know what has been passed, well, fewer companies, less people talking about that. And why is that? Why that situation is that because people mostly forgot pleasure, because consumers seek pleasure when they eat food. And when you look at plant-based meat analogs, well, we don't have the best experience. We don't have the best ingredients. We have ultra processing mostly. And the responsible of that is flavors, mainly flavors. Well, that's exactly what we do at Fungit, is that we are focusing on a new generation flavors with fermentation to bring more pleasure in your plant-based products and more. Just about the team, well, we are 3 co-founders. We are majorly engineers and scientists. We are a French-based company, and we've co-founded this startup 3 years ago. Well, what we do exactly is that, as I said, we are working on flavors, but we developed a fermentation technology that upcycles side stream for the food industry, and we do that with fungi. These fungi are able to bring special flavors, really interesting, and we are able to have specific flavors about what we want. Thank you, everyone. If you're interested to know more, you're just behind. And we are closing a seed round, so we're not interested in VCs, but we still have some parts for business angels. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Funguit. Well done. Keep that in your hand. Just press the button for me. Can you just press the green button? Wonderful. One more. Keep going. One more. There we are. Right. So this is the QR code. Scan this. Give direct feedback to Funguit and all our other startups as well. You can leave good feedback, negative feedback if you want to, or something in between, whatever you want to do. That's the way of engaging through this platform. Right now, if you have a question, I'll come around with a microphone, this microphone, and you can ask a question to Funguit. Any questions at all? Just pop your hand up. No? Is that a question? You have a hand up? Oh, you had your hand up with your microphone. Sorry. You want me to get out of the way? Sorry. There we are. No questions. No questions. All happy. You're happy. Funguit's definitely happy as well. Where can they find you? Remind us.
We're just behind the wall.
So just behind this wall, over the wall, jump over the wall, round the wall, under the wall, whatever you want to do, but you're behind this wall.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Funguit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the wall, maybe. Dig a hole. Right, let's move on to our next big idea, our next startup. Please welcome Edamax.
Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm the CEO of Edamax, a company pioneering the sustainable, locally grown edamame production in Europe. Today, Europe is importing its edamame from Asia, which brings some issues. Transparency in quality, sustainability, and some other consistency in deliveries, for example. Carbon footprint, due to the long distance, it's also an issue for Europe. But most important is the consumers in Europe want local alternatives. At Edamax, we provide this solution. We offer edamame that was grown in Europe, and we care about the preferences of our consumers. We are aligned with European protein strategy, and we help Europe to reduce imports of edamame, in this case, to Europe. There is a huge market potential. The current or estimated demand is 290,000 tons per year, and the local production is only 10,000 tons, which brings Edamax the perfect place to bridge this gap. Our team is composed of people, experts in plant breeding, also agronomists, research and development, and we are looking right now for partners and investors to scale up our production. Please help us to shape the edamame market in Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Edamax. Well done. Keep that microphone in your hand. Fantastic. Again, thank you so much. You've got here the QR code. Scan this. Give back your feedback. Share your feedback with directly with our startups that are right here on this stage this afternoon. Right. Opening it up again for those that, if you wish to ask a question, you're curious, you'd like to know more, you may be skeptical about something, I'll give you the microphone now and you can ask a question. Any questions at all? I will continue asking this question, not right now, but throughout the startups, because there probably will be one day a question from the audience. But that's okay, you don't have to ask a question. You're not here to ask questions, you're here to listen, make up your own mind, and potentially have a conversation with our startups. Very happy, you're happy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Edamax. So there we are, Funguit, and then we went to Edamax. We move on now to our third startup of this session. Again, 1 minute 30, no more, to share their big ideas, showcasing them here on this stage right now. Please welcome to the stage, Arbion.
Hi everyone and welcome. So I'm here representing Albion and I've got a little bit more than a minute to talk about it. So first, the situation. We need more and better protein ingredients because there is population growth, as you may know, but also we need better protein sources to be able to provide healthy diets. And last but not least, we need sustainable proteins to replace traditional proteins such as meat or plant-based ones. So how do we do that? First, we take natural yeast fermentation and local feedstock, and then we obtain a yeast ingredient that is a source of protein and which brings nutrition and taste, but also sustainability and health. And we use that in different markets. So we have SIAL Pro for the feed market, for aquafeed, but also pet food. And here, which is what we are showcasing here at the SIAL, Yusto for food applications. Whether it is savory, sweet, or anything, Yusto can be used as a source of protein, but also taste. And so what are the next steps for us? We've proven customer traction, and we have proven our technology. So we are at an industrial scale to build our own plant to be able to produce large quantities of sustainable proteins. And we have a strong support for both France and Europe with some brands. We are a strong and united team from United States and France. And what are we looking for? You may want to ask. So both partnership for the industrial project, but also we are looking for fundraising. So if you're interested, you can talk with us. We are just behind the wall too. Maybe go behind it, not through it. But yeah, if you're interested and you've got more questions, I'm happy to answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Arbium. Well done. Thank you so much. There we are, QR code. You can give feedback right now to Arbium. Any questions at all from our audience about what they've just heard? I'll give you the microphone now. Nope. All good? All happy? Heard enough? Made up your mind? Well, kind of made up your mind. Again, you're curious. You'd like to know more. So you're basically, again, behind this wall, right? Straight behind this wall for a chat with Arbium. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Arbium. Thank you so much. Okay, we move on now to our next startup of this set from sustainable ingredients and vegetable production. Remember, sustainable ingredients and vegetable production, this next startup known as Mycelium Technologies.
Demand for nutritious foods is going to explode in the coming years, but alternatives available on the market are disappointing both in terms of taste, price, and they remain to process. So how could we find a tasty, healthy, nutritious food to feed 10 billion people by 2050 in a sustainable way? Hello everybody, I am Laetitia Pierazzi, CEO of Mytex. And our solution is mycelium. That is the network of white filaments at the beginning of every mushroom. We offer delicious mycelium-based foods, nutritionally very rich, and better for our planet, because we reuse agricultural byproducts to grow our mycelium. We surprise food professionals that can use our tasty foods in many recipes. We can get your product in just 3 days, ready to eat, thanks to your unique technology, know-how, and expertise. Our market is the alternative protein market, which is expected to grow and become a mass market with estimates of over $200 billion by 2030. We are ready to take part of this growing market and revolutionize the way we eat. We are a team of 6 with complementary skills and expertise, including biotechnologies and mycology. And we are raising 2.5 million euros to supply our first customers and develop the prototype of our technology. Let's reinvent tomorrow's food challenge and with mycelium and come to stand number 23 to taste our tasty foods. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Mycelium Technologies. There we are. Just click for me once on the green button. Just click for me once on the green button. There we are. That's the scan, the QR code. Scan this. Give direct feedback to our startup right now. Again, if you have a question, you're curious, like to know more, something's on your mind, and now's the time to ask it. I'll give you a microphone and you can ask that question. Any questions at all? No? All good? It tasted good, didn't it? I just had it fantastic. Yeah, absolutely, really tasted well. So they can find you just behind the wall. You're just behind here. Is that right?
Yes, just behind we was 1023. So come
on over, taste even a little bit more. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Mycelium Technologies. Well done.
Thank you very much.
There we are. Right, let's move on now to our next big idea. Please welcome to the stage right now, VG Fryer. Come and join us.
Hello, welcome to company VG Fryer. Hello. Oh, Sorry. Hello, welcome and introduce company Vegefryer. Greetings to everyone, and I will walk you through our vision. In today's day, everyone, when the life is quick going on, wants to have fast food, to be prepared very, very quick, but of course to be healthy, and don't want to make some additives or some preservatives, all our foods without all of that. So our adventure is where Vegefryer comes on the market. Our adventure is to offer healthy foods grown on home markets in Croatia, our own markets, without any additives. And we find our solution and market opportunities because the market of healthy food is booming. And of course, we see our position on that market because our healthy food without any additives produced in our production by air at low temperature. And what is also very, very important, all we restore return to the nature. So our team is perfect experienced in every step, and please come to us to continue, and we are calling you to join us, to be part of us. We lead in the future, and we are asking you to join us to lead the future, to be present at our stand near here, SD 071. Please join us, be our partner, and together we can lead a healthier future. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for VG Fryer. Fantastic. Right. Okay, just click for me one more time. There we are. There's the QR code. You can scan this and give your own direct feedback anonymously if you wish to VG Fryer and the other startups that are joining us today as well. So you're just over here on the left-hand side. I've been over there a little bit earlier on. Fantastic stand indeed. Pop over there for a conversation. Any questions at all you'd like to ask right now, and I'll give you the microphone. I was expecting nothing at all, and that's what I get, which is fine. It's all good. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for VG Fryer. Thank you so much. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We are going to have a very, very short break. We are starting in about 7 minutes' time back here for, again, not more pitching, in fact, but in fact, we've got an intriguing, healthy discussion all about from farm to formula, new resources and ingredients in food innovation. If you're curious, that sounds like something potentially you could be interested in. Stick around, because in about 7 minutes' time, we're going to continue here with SIAL Startup Pitch 2024.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Messieurs, dames, welcome back to SIAL Startup 2024. All about curiosity, all about big ideas, new ideas, shaking up the food industry, moving forward, conversations around those ideas and innovation of really what it means right now, but more importantly, helping you make sense of really where things are moving forward, helping you make embedded decisions, certainly in the future as well. So again, together with our pitching showcases, 1 minute 30 to showcase big ideas here on this stage, to convince you to have a conversation with them afterwards at their stand. We also have, naturally, we have panelists, we have insights, perspectives, again, around topics and trends, which will help you kind of evaluate really where we are, but more importantly, where we're moving forward in the future. Right now, it's all about from farm to formula, new resources and ingredients in food innovation. Now, if this tickles your fancy, if this kind of gives you if you have a flavor for this and kind of you're curious about what this is all about, hopefully by the end of this, again, it'll kind of help you make sense of really what's out there in these new trends moving forward as well. Let's now invite the panelists to the stage together with our moderator as well. Please welcome to the stage co-founder of Yacon & Co, Clément Poyade. Please join us, Clément. Together with Clément, we have CPO of Green Spot Technologies, Manon Ledoux. That one. Manon, welcome. We also have CEO of Drive for Good, Romaric Janssen. Please join us, Romaric. And the moderator who's going to shape this session beautifully right now for us all. Please welcome CEO of C&DAC, Elise Borsier. There we are.
Okay, thank you for being here. I'm Elise Boursier. I'm the CEO of C&DAC, a French company specialized in food development and in fermentation of plant-based proteins. I'm really happy to be here this afternoon with my panelists to talk about ingredients and new resources. So I'm with Manon, Clément, and Romaric. So first of all, could you introduce yourself and your company, please?
Yeah, sure. So really happy to be here. I'm the co-founder of Yacon & Co. We produce and sell yacon syrup. Yacon syrup comes from a root called yacon. When you press the yacon, you got a juice. When you concentrate it, you got a syrup. And it's actually the best sugar substitute that exists on the market because it's really low GI, really low carbs, less than 30% carbs, and tasting good also. So we launched in 2021, first with a B2C focus, and we are trying to go in the future in the B2B market with a factory in Peru. So happy to be there.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, so I'm Manon Ledoux. I'm in charge of marketing and impact for Green Spot Technologies. We do ingredients, so powder form this way, that we produce by fermentation, and we ferment side streams from first transformation industry, plant-based. So for example, we produce ingredients based on tomato skins or grape skins or grains, depending on the source. And today we are launching our ingredients for supporting chocolate industry. So this is a chocolate alternatives without chocolate in it. And this is done with our ingredients in it. So we provide the color, the taste by the fermentation as well.
Good afternoon. I'm Romaric Janssen, co-founder of Drive for Good. We are a young startup 5.5 years ago. We produce food ingredients, 100% natural, thanks to a specific drying process that we have developed. So we have our own technology of drying. We produce powders and chunks made of fruits, vegetables, and herbs. and we sell those ingredients to the food producers. The specificity of our ingredients and our technology is that they are very concentrated in terms of colors, taste, and nutrients. So when you use our ingredients in the recipes, you do not need to add any coloring agents, texturing agents, or any artificial flavors, because the ingredients that we sell, 100% natural, is enough in your recipe to have the twist you want to have. So thanks to the flavor and the color mainly. So I'm very happy to be here and talk about the food ingredient market.
Thank you very much. So this afternoon, we will talk about your different challenges, about to develop, produce, and sell your products. Of course, the first step before manufacturing is the sourcing. So, Manon, you told us that GreenSpot valorize byproducts. How does it work? How do you choose your raw material?
So at GreenSpot, we have done a lot of R&D about upcycling. So we have a data bank about all the side streams we have qualified. And then depending on the final ingredients we are looking for, we are matching strains and side streams to design the ingredients. And then in terms of supply securitization, we have partners. So we have signed already contract for partnering on supply. And we qualify the supply, so the quality aspect, HACCP, we are in charge as well of that part. So then we collect the side streams, we turn this into ingredients, and these ingredients add all the requirements for quality.
Okay, thank you. Do you have, and maybe Clément, do you want to add something about the sourcing of Yacon?
Yeah, sure. It's kind of an issue at Yacon & Co. Because when we launched Yacon & Co. in 2021, nobody was knowing the Yacon syrup. We have a strong growth in France. We launched online, in retail, and as I said, in food service also. And the worldwide market of Yacon syrup is really small. For an example, in 2023, the whole market of Yacon syrup was produced in Peru, and it was only 60 tons per year. At the end of this year, we will make the 60 tons of Yacon syrup. So if nobody invests in Peru, in the industry, in the field, it can't work. So indeed, 2 years ago, we decided to create our own factory in Peru. We are launching it right now. Sorry, I'm going to Peru at the beginning of November to launch it. And with this first factory, we could produce 400 tons per year. So we could multiply by 5 the whole market of Yacon syrup, and then have a better quantity all over the year, and be more competitive with the price. So to sell it to the mass retail. So yeah, it was an issue, and we are resolving it.
Okay, thank you. And about your technology, about your process, what is the main challenge for the scale up?
Yeah, for us, because we're working in the field with the nature, so we have to have a standard with the root, with the tubes, and then we have to manage the whole logistic process, whole the production process, to sell the better quality Yacon syrup. Because in the market you can find Yacon syrup with more than 75% of carb inside, which is problematic when some of your clients are diabetics. With our Yacon syrup, there is less than 30% carbs, more than 35% fibers, which is the best quality.
Thank you. Of course, one of the main points for the democratization of new ingredients is the marketing, the commercialization of these ingredients. Romaric, could you explain us how did you build your offer and what were the most important criteria to sell your ingredients?
Well, I guess the most important when we talk about food is taste and pleasure. So one may have the best ingredients, technically speaking. If the taste is not here, if the pleasure is not here, I guess we completely missed the market. So we wanted at Dry for Good to make sure that we produce ingredients very intense in terms of flavor and colors, as I said, in order to emphasize the quality of the final products and its recipe. So the key point for us is to say, how do we maintain the quality of the raw material? Thanks to our technology, we only remove water. We do not have any cooking issue and off-nuts. It's directly concentrated from the fruits, from the herbs, with a fresh taste, very authentic. And this is the key point for us, to say it's not only an ingredient, it's a way to simplify the recipe, to make it more tasty, make it also maybe more cost-effective, because we do not need to add anything else but the main ingredients. So this is how we build our approach in terms of marketing strategy, with a very holistic approach, from the raw material to the final product, making sure that naturality is at the core of the product that you said at the end.
Thank you. And for Green Spot, what is the go-to-market strategy?
Yes, so what I was saying is the mission of the company was upcycling with fermentation at the beginning. That's the basis of the company, as it comes from the PhD of the founder. And step by step, we have learned how much we could do. So all the ingredients we could produce, because then the field was very wide. And we then saw that for some ingredients, there was a huge opportunity, which is the case for an ingredient that is supporting chocolate industry. As the cocoa prices is rising, then we believe that this ingredient was the good one to start with. But then we have sequenced our launch, so we have further new ingredients that will come in the time, because we know that with the fermentation and the side streams, we can actually design a lot of different ingredients.
Okay. And for Yacon, what is the go-to-market strategy? B2B, B2C?
Yeah. With the overconsumption of sugar, we could go B2C, B2B, and all around the world. So we had to make some decision when we launched. So we decided to launch with a brand, Yacon & Co., online and in the retail shop too, organic first. But yeah, as I said, we had to create a speech on the Yacon syrup. Nobody knows the Yacon syrup, so you have to take the control of the marketing speech, and then to make it known in France. Now we have kind of an awareness in France, so we are launching worldwide, and that's why we are the SIAL, in organic shop, in the retail shop too. And with the brand, with a great marketing strategy speech, we have a lot of manufacturers, a lot of industries that come to us to create better recipes, to lower the glycemic index in their recipes, to lower the sugar level in the recipe. So we will go to a B2B strategy in the future, and create a strategy with B2C, B2B.
Thank you. And about the rules and regulations, did you need to adapt your offer, your products with the rules and regulations?
I can start, because, as I was saying, we were screening side streams, and you have novel food regulations are in Europe. So we had to choose also in the timing. Some will have to go through novel food, and some doesn't have to. So then we choose as well, based on that, to be sure to put on the market ingredients that are non-novel foods. And same for the strains we are using. They are non-GMO, and they are okay with the EFSA regulation. So it's also something we took into account into our strategy to go to markets.
on our side, in some of the regulations, it's quite easy because we only, as I said, remove water, so we dry the product. So, and the ingredients list, that would be only dried fruits, dried vegetables or herbs. There is no chemistry. It's very processed, so it's very easy to write on the ingredient list on the packaging. And we don't have any novel food issue because we use common raw material, fruits, vegetables, and herbs, as I said.
Yeah, for us, we don't have any regulation issue. The Yacon syrup is not novel food since 2013, thanks to the Peruvian government. We could work on the leaf of the Yacon because the Yacon is a root, but you have a leaf, you have a plant. The plant is actually novel food in Europe. They use it in Asia and especially in Japan because it's really rich in polyphenols and it's lower your glycemic your glycemic in your blood. So we will invest in for the leaf, but not right now. We have a lot to do and much more to do. So in a few years, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for all this insight about the new ingredients market. Do you want to tell us what are your next big challenges and what is your vision of this market of new ingredients?
So on our side, very short term, we are fundraising, so that's quite a challenge, I would say, but during these times especially. And in more the long run, I think the idea was for us, at least in the chocolate market, to really be on the collaboration points. So be able to work with chocolate players and industrial on hybrid systems to be able to then propose to final users, so the one that are doing pastries, for example, chocolate that is cheaper than actually the one that now has the price that is rising. So that would be more midterm and very long term. We really want to be this player that is the one that is enabling more the upcycling via fermentation. So we have our own sites of production for solid state fermentation, and we believe that this site could become a real platform for boosting solid state fermentation of upcycling.
I'm just curious, but what kind of byproducts can replace the chocolate?
Yeah, sure. So today in this product we have here, it's based on grape skins and some grains as well that we ferment. And yeah, that I was saying, it gives really the color, but as well a complex taste thanks to the fermentation and also thanks to the materials because we don't do any extraction, so there is a mix of the strains and the side streams inside the final ingredients. So yeah, we take the ingredients and we mix with fat and sugar to do the chocolate, and at the end it's really close to the real chocolate. So that's great.
Thank you.
At Dry for Good, I guess the most important challenge nowadays is our production capacity and the industrialization of the process, scaling up. We already have a factory 20 minutes away from here, nearby Paris. We produce this year between 3 to 4 tons of dried products, of powders. And we are scaling up with a new part of the facility and new devices, allowing us to produce 30 tons next year and 60 tons the year after. Still, this is a tiny factory, so we will need a new factory in the next coming years. So that would be the main challenge on the industrial point of view. Then regarding the product, it takes time for us to penetrate the market because it takes time for our clients to develop their recipes with our ingredients. So the solution we found is to integrate on our side the R&D of our clients. So we do drafts and samples of their products, their recipes, with our ingredients inside. So if we go to see a crisp brand, we will technically have our own crisp with dry fragrance inside. If we go to a chocolate manufacturer, we will provide him with a sample of chocolate with dry fragrance inside. And this is the way we approach the markets to reduce the time of selling, increase the R&D capacity of our clients, which is the key challenge for us. So that would be, I guess, the main two challenges we face: industrial challenge on one hand, and product development timing on the other hand.
And what is your vision of the new ingredient markets?
Well, the new ingredient markets, on our side, what we see in France, and I'm talking about France, which is a market that I know, we are looking for more sustainability. All of our clients ask us for CSR score, carbon impact score. And we are working on it a lot, because we need to see to what extent we can bring more foods to an increasing global population without having too much impact on the environment. So how do we reduce the environmental impact while producing more? This is the key challenge. On our side, we found that drying process very innovative, could be a way to reduce the energy consumption and also have a logistic impact over all the production line from the warehouse to the final products. It takes less time to cook a recipe with a dry product inside. It takes less space to store a dry product than a fresh one. The storage shelf life is extended. So for many reasons, we technically see dried ingredients are the key way to answer the environmental challenge that we are all facing, not only in France, but globally speaking.
Thank you very much. And for Yakon, what are your next big challenges?
Yeah, like Romaric, our big challenges is also the production. We have to be really good in Peru. It's not our main market, our main business market, and thanks to this factory, we can go to 2027 in the business with 1,000 tons of Yakon syrup per year. So it will be multiplied by 20 compared to the whole market in 2023. So it is a lot on investments, and with all that investment, we have to lower the price. Today, to penetrate the market, our issue right now is the Yakon syrup is too expensive for now. It's a really incredible product, an amazing product on the nutrition and on the taste. But if we want to work with manufacturer, we have to work on that price issue, because with the inflation, it's the main goal of the industries. And I think my vision on the new ingredient market is also a price. Is a price. If we want to penetrate the market, all of us, we have to lower it, and yeah, then make it known.
Thank you. It's very interesting. So we talked about the taste, about the price, about the scale up. Romaric talked about something very interesting. It's the environmental impact of the products. How do you take into account of that?
We used to say at GreenSpot that we are taking sustainability in consideration from the beginning to the end, meaning that we are using side streams. And as I was saying, upcycling, there is a real topic about food waste in the world. So 1/3 of food is wasted. I think you already know that sentence. So yeah, we are tackling the side stream, and then the process we have developed is solid state. So it means that we are not adding water free water to our system. So then means that we need less energy to dry. So our LCA is quite clean in that way because we don't use additional water and additional drying. And the final product we have is a dry product, so easy to store, easy to also transport for our customers because we do B2B. And then I would say lastly, we target cocoa markets. And as you know, cocoa and environmental aspect is quite a topic as well. So the idea for us in the first row of launch is also to put ingredients on the market that could make sense for sustainability as well. So yeah, again, the idea is from the beginning to the end, be sustainable as much as we can.
Yeah, so in Yakon & Co., yeah, from the field to the business in France, we are trying to be the cleanest that we can. We are 100% organic. We are in process to get the fair trade certification. It's coming in Europe in boat and of course not in plane. So we are aware that we are building a factory and growing some raw material in Peru and selling it in Europe. So our main impact, of course, is on health and on social, but we are trying to be the cleanest that we can in all of the process before selling it in Europe. And we also are talking with a company called Grain de Sail, which is democratizing the transportation by sailing boat. So this is that kind of on the logistic supply that we want to solve.
On our side, one of the main challenge in terms of environment was the energy consumption aspect. When we dry, the only part of the equation that is interesting is the quantity of kilowatt you need to extract 1 kilogram of water. This is the only question you have to ask yourself when you want to dry something. So we decided to tackle this energy challenge by focusing on energy management. And we have been certified by the ISO 50001 certification regarding the energy management. So we are very focused on the way to decrease the energy consumption. And I can give you one example that is interesting on this perspective. We decided to foster our employees to decrease their energy consumption on their working life every day. And they have a specific annual bonus regarding an energy, I would say, budget that we define at the beginning of the year. And if we abide by this budget, then there is a bonus. This is very important for us because it allows us to make sure that all the innovation, all the production, all the projects internally are focusing on the right challenges. So I talked about the energy. We are also talking about the raw material. Where do we buy our raw material? We decided to be as much local as we could, avoiding to buy fresh products from all over the world. So we are mainly sourcing our products in France, and nearby France in Europe when we have to. So in terms of raw material, this is how we do. Then we remove water, trying to consume as less energy as we can. And our technology allows us specifically to be good on this part of the challenge. And then, as I said, the question is more on our clients' part. How do they reduce their environmental impact? How do they reduce their costs specifically? And we found that the great power of concentrating flavors and nutrients allows our clients to finally produce less and feed more, which is key. When you have more nutrients in your recipes, you can lower the quantity of product you sell in terms of SKU. So this is very interesting because if we have more vitamins, nutrients, or whatever in a product, you don't need to eat too much of it. It's enough in terms of nutritional aspects, sorry. So this is key because I would take an example of protein, for instance. When we are on the protein market, if you produce the protein and you have a bad drying process, you will decrease the quality and hence the quantity of protein. But by drying with an innovative process, if you keep all the nutrients and all the proteins, you don't need to use as much as protein that you used to. So you reduce the quantity of proteins in your recipe, and actually you feed more while using less ingredients. And this is the key point for our clients on our side.
Thank you very much. And just a last question. How many time did you need from the idea to the marketing of your products?
I can start. So the idea came with the thesis of the founder, Nina Granucci. And I think she moved to France to spin off from university in 2018, so end of 2018. So now it's 6 years, and we are eating the market.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got the idea in 2020, beginning of 2020, and then the COVID came. So we decided to wait before launch the company. So we launched in May 2021. So a little bit more of 1 year for us.
We launched the company in 2019, 5.5 years ago, and it took us maybe 2.5 years to build our own factory. It is operational. It has been operational for 1.5 years already, and we started to sell last year. So it's we needed 4 years for the R&D aspect in terms of technology and products, and now we are starting to penetrate the market.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Romaric, Manon, Clément, and thank you for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Clément, Manon, Romaric, and Elise. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now with our next session. Again, remember here, startup, SIAL Startup, SIAL Pitch, all about big ideas, shaking up the food industry, discussion, debate, insight, to help us all, really, startups as well, to make sense of really where things are moving forward, and helping you essentially make the right decisions as you go forward as well. So again, what we're going to do now is jump into a healthy discussion between two people who know what they're talking about, or they do know what they're talking about. They do. I'm joking. They do certainly know what they're talking about in terms of their expertise on the topic, definitely. So this is essentially, if you are a startup, or if you are actually a startup in F&B and you want to move forward, and naturally part of that whole puzzle is developing that community, that online community, social media, how to use that in the right way, how to build up your community, how to make those contacts and move forward in the right direction. This chat, this conversation, at the end of it, I'm sure it's going to help you with some ideas, strategies, perspectives, and maybe, just maybe, a few things you haven't thought of to help you move that extra step forward in your startup journey. Let's now invite the two people here on stage to have that conversation with us now. Please welcome to the stage, first of all, from Sesamers, Sandra Lafargue. Sandra, come and join us. Together with Sandra, we also have business developer of B2B business developer at Casedomi, Mr. Gauthier-Tal.
To meet you. So, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Sandra, head of food tech at Sesamers, and I'm also the writer of a newsletter which is talking about crowdfunding, and I'm actually scouting the best food and beverages startup emerging from crowdfunding campaigns. And during this discussion, I'll be joined by Gauthier Tal from Casidomi, which is actually a Belgium food tech startup that has built an online community and a strong engagement model that is that will be very useful for you. So he will join us just after. So, let's start with a compelling figure, 71%. 71% is the percentage of young people who discover new snacks online, according to the Last Snacking Mondelez 2024 report. Actually, social media are becoming new search engines. And this is driven by an increased consumer awareness about what they eat and drink. And therefore, even more, they are consulting platforms like Instagram or even TikTok to seek influencers' advice before making any food choices. And online communities will play an increasing vital role since consumers, as I said, are becoming more cautious about everything they eat and drink. And don't worry, I won't cover only like the social media aspect that all of you have already heard about. But today I also cover other efficient strategies for food and beverages startups to build a brand from the ground up and to leverage their online communities to convert their online success into offline success. So let's start with our first topic. Again, I guess you've all heard about digital native vertical brands. There are those brands who are born online and that just bypass the traditional retail channel to sell directly to their consumers. But why actually is it a compelling strategy when it comes to food and beverages startups? So actually a great example is given by Fishwife. Fishwife is actually a tin-fished, sustainable and premium brand born in the US in 2020 during the pandemic. The brand started to gain momentum on social media and especially on TikTok, where hashtagged tinfish were viewed more than 100 million times by users, and even before there were any products launched. There was only the packaging that had been designed. And just on TikTok, the brand learned a lot about their community, exchange with them, and it bring them a lot of insight to launch their first prototype, which was called the Better Box. And it was actually just to test real market demand, which was converted into a real success because this prototype sold out almost instantly. So after this, they started to sell through their own online channel, which worked super great. And it just led to actually an offline success because they were targeted by big retailers and they actually now are available at Whole Foods nationwide. Their revenue doubled between 2021 and 2022. And they just 2 weeks ago opened their first brick and mortar location in New York City. So this example actually just shows how important leveraging online community can help food and beverages startups to convert this success into a retail success. So now I'm introducing you to Gauthier Tal from Casidomi, which is a Belgian startup which has successfully built an online community. So Gauthier, could you please just introduce what Casidomi is all about?
Yeah, thank you. So Casidomi is an online grocery shop for healthy and organic products. And our goal is to make accessible, healthy food for as many people as possible. And we have two ways of doing this. First of all, by the products we put online. We have more than 4,000 products. And the second way is with the prices, which is really important for us because that's the main reason why people do not buy healthy food. And so we have a membership program that is 60 euros per year, and it gives you access to as much as 50% discounts on every product on the website.
Great. And could you explain a little bit how you built your online community and how it fueled Casidomy's success?
Yeah, so first of all, we're addressing niches, so it's really important to know that because it's not the same way to communicate with them. And it's like, for example, vegan people, vegan, vegetarian, or like gluten-free. So it's really interesting because it's people that are interested but also invested in these topics. So it's more easy to create a bond with them. But the counterpart is these people know what they're talking about. So you do not have the right to do any mistakes on the communication, on the products, and because everybody will notice. So once we know that, there is 4 pillars and other way, but mostly 4 pillars. The first one is through influence on social media. Since day one, it's our first acquisition channel. It's really important for us, so we really invest in it. And there is, it's really important to define your strategy when it's coming to this influence, because you have to select the people that really will help you build the community and brings you people. So we select really carefully the people we're working with, the influencers we're working with, and we are looking for people that are fans of us because they will be better advocates for us, but also that we're looking for iteration. So we want people to speak about us a lot more than just once or twice per year. And it's really important because then it feels less like commercial than actually being happy with the product we sell. Then we have the ambassador program, which is also really important, and for 2 reasons. The first one is because it helps you give a good idea of the health of the company, because if people trust us, they recommend us, so they bring new people in. And it's really interesting because around 10 to 15% of all the new clients on the membership comes from this ambassador program. So it says a lot about how people trust us. So we are really careful about these KPIs, and it's also a way to make people more active on the website, because once they're members, they buy more often on the website because they paid for this membership, so they're more active and they want to profit from it. So it's really interesting. Then we really have an education role, because we do not only want to bring healthy product on the market, but we also have to tell people how to use them, because it's quite different from what we were used to. So we really educate them with the podcast, with recipes, with blogs. And our goal with that is really to create a bond with our clients and our community, because then we are closer, we can get feedbacks more easily. And that's why we are developing a lot of projects going that way. For example, WhatsApp groups. We're creating WhatsApp groups with our most fidel clients in order to ask questions, tell them about the news, the new project of the company. And it's really important. And then the last pillar is LinkedIn communication with our CEO, Emna. She has more than 45,000 followers on LinkedIn, and it's actually really helpful when you have new projects, when you have a new topic to speak about, because it creates a direct link between the consumer and the company. So it creates a more direct link between us and the consumer, the clients. When they have a problem, by example, they know there is someone they can speak to, and they can send her a message on LinkedIn directly. And also it creates a lot of opportunities, because everybody, clients, but also retailers, suppliers, and all the stakeholders know who they can speak with. And it enables us to reach a lot more people than just the clients that are already satisfied or convinced with the importance of healthy food. So it is really important for us, and it's a big channel.
And what is also super interesting is that Casidomi also leveraged their community to raise funds through a crowdfunding campaign to launch a new product line. So Gauthier, could you please tell us what Pulse is about, please?
Yeah, it's a line of protein-rich products that goes beyond typical stereotype of bodybuilders. So it's really a product based on health and food, and not on sports, which is really different from what is from what we know today. We did a big crowdfunding. It's really interesting. The community supported us in the way they supported, like they bought the products. So it was a way to test the market and find this famous market fit, knowing that people wanted that or not. So it's a great way, but also a new line of product costs a lot of money, so it's a risk, and we had to be sure we were going in the right direction. Then it's also a good way to create opportunity, because when we launch a new line of products, you can communicate about it earlier, and then you can educate the people earlier than when the products are out. So when the products are available, people already know what it is about, and they can already buy it. So it's like we take a step forward and we already educate people so they can buy it more easily afterwards.
So what is interesting is that you definitely didn't launch this crowdfunding campaign to raise funds, right? Because you already had enough money with Casidomi. So what was the main reason for launching this campaign at first?
So the first reason, as I said, is to test the market. It's a good way to test people's interest. Okay, do they want this product or not? But also to know if our target is the right one. Because we can say, by example, with Pearls, our target is mainly feminine one, but maybe they do not want it. So if we see there is only man buying it, then we have to change our target and find the market fit. Afterwards, it also creates anticipation, because it's a new project, so people want to be part of it, wants to buy it, and then we have a lot of feedbacks. So it's really helpful on that way. And then you can also create opportunity earlier than when the products are out. By example, we'll probably speak about it afterwards, but it helps us create opportunity on other markets.
And so you said it created opportunities on new markets. Were you directly contacted by people who maybe saw this crowdfunding campaign, or how did it work?
When we launched it, first of all, we had to communicate it to the consumer, our clients. But then there were also a lot of retailers in Italy, in France, in Belgium who contacted us, because it's a market with a fast growth. So they contacted us because they want that kind of product in their shops. And so they contact EMNA thanks to LinkedIn, so it joins together. And it's really interesting. But also a lot of contacts in the supplier system, because a lot of people contacted us to say, okay, if you launch a new line of products in rich protein products as well, then we can do it for you. So it's really interesting, because it's less work to find the resources. And also, what is really interesting, it's not especially an opportunity, but it's a good way to motivate the people's company, the people who are working with. It's a good way to motivate the team of the company, because it's a new project. So it's something that gathers people together and wants them to, and makes them work with the goal of achieving something new.
Okay, great. So thank you for this example.
Thank you.
And so, thank you. So now we're gonna shift to another topic, which is actually really helpful for food and beverages companies to test their new product that they are bringing to the market, which is crowdsourcing. I don't know if you know this platform, which is called Think Testing, which is a digital platform that enable brands to present their new product and for consumers to discover, test, and reviews, being among the first to review the new products that are launched to the market. So, Think Testing has brought together a community of more than 1 million people who are early adopters, really enthusiastic about being engaged from the beginning of the brand, to be the first to review it, to give their opinion. And this platform has put a lot of effort in building trust and transparency at the core of their concept. And so this strategy actually is really helpful for brands that can leverage this feeling of trust, transparency, and that their opinion is really taken into account. And for instance, Wella, which is a wellness brand for women, has launched a crowdsourcing campaign on Think Testing. And not only did they collect a lot of reviews from early adopters, which enabled them to improve their initial product thanks to consumers' feedback, but also did it directly bring them a lot of traffic. They saw more than 500% in traffic, and also more than 4,000 sales additional revenue just because they launched a crowdsourcing campaign on Think Testing. Why? Just because people were reassured and they were happy to give their feedback and to participate from the very beginning of this brand. It was not because that was incredible product, but just because people felt happy to be engaged and involved in this adventure. And so, to sum up, as you've seen, online communities are not only a way to accelerate market and try, as we've seen with Fishwife, but also to build strong consumer loyalty, which will just help secure key partnerships and pave the way for long-term growth. And it brings us to the end of this presentation. I hope that you enjoyed it, and I would be more than happy to hear your feedback. So if you want to connect on LinkedIn, please feel free to just scan this QR code. And thank you very much.
Wonderful, there we are, thank you so much. Finished a little bit earlier, which is absolutely fine. Right, what we're going to do now is take a very, very short break. This is going to be about 7 minutes, 6-7 minutes or so. And then after that 6-7 minutes, what we're going to do, continue with our big ideas here on stage, where we have a selection of our startups here with their booths. And I can see their food is already there, ready to demo. I can't wait to try all the great food and drink that we're going to hear about in this next session. So remember, showcasing these big ideas, 1 minute 30 to share their big idea, hopefully convince you of a conversation. So join us back in about 6 minutes time here at SIAL Startup Pitch 2024.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to SIAL Startup Pitch 2024. This is all about big ideas, all about innovation moving forward within the food and F&B industry, taking ideas, well, not taking them, taking those ideas, showcasing those ideas right here in this space here, all around us right now. I'm sure our audience here, you've already been tasting, you've been drinking, you've been biting, you've been chewing, you've been swallowing, whatever you do when you put food in your mouth and drink in your mouth to taste all this delicious, all these savory, delicious ideas, sweet ideas that are going around right now. Now is the chance again to hear these startups share their big ideas in 1 minute 30, 1 minute 30 to you, to hopefully convince you to have, or to be curious first of all, then convince you to have a conversation potentially with these startups over to their booths and then see where those conversations actually go. I'm intrigued as much as you are to hear what they're all about. I've been already been tasting, drinking. I've been running around, not running around, walking around and just wandering and seeing all these great ideas. And we're going to hear a great set of ideas right now. 2, 4, 6. 6 ideas right now, 1 minute 30, and that's it. Let's get cracking with our first startup right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage right now a startup known as Foreverland Food.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Massimo, CEO and co-founder of Foreverland. I have a question for you. Can you ever imagine a world without chocolate? Because I can't, but it's happening today. Cocoa price in the last year increased by 300%, and chocolate is not even sustainable. It's the #1 crop responsible for African deforestation, and in terms of CO2 emission, is right after beef and cheese. That's why in Foreverland we created Choruba, an alternative ingredient made from carob and an innovative process that truly tastes like chocolate. You don't believe me? More than 1,000 people have tried it, and 93% of it cannot recognize any difference. Besides being more affordable than chocolate, Choruba has so many benefits. It consumes 90% less water, 80% less CO2, and is made mostly of locally sourced ingredients. This is the team that will change the chocolate industry. We just closed a 3.4 million round to finance our opening of our production plant in south of Italy and start producing our semi-finished alternative chocolate. What are you waiting? Join our revolution and transform all your product with Choruba. You can find us and our delicious Choruba at booth number 5. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for a company called Foreverland. There we are. And I believe you have those small chocolate. You've been giving them out. Have you got them? You've been tasting them. Are they good? Don't just say that, but are they? Okay. I'm sure they are. Right. Hold on a second. That's right, thank you so much. Right, there we are. Scan this right now, and gives you the chance to give feedback to our startups, to this startup here and all the other startups as well. You can do this anonymously, a couple of sentences on what you feel you've just heard in terms of their pitch. Right, opening up to you. If you have any questions, I will now give you the microphone and you can ask a question regarding what you've just heard. Or if you're skeptical and you want to challenge what you've heard as well, I'll give you the microphone. Any questions at all? Oh, no questions. I think it's either they've got chocolate in their mouths and they can't do that, or they're happy with what they've heard, probably happy with what they've heard. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Foreverland Food.
Thank you so much.
Done. Thank you so much. So there we are. We start off on a sweet spot, chocolate, revolutionizing the way, well, the chocolate industry moving forward. Good luck with that. Where can they find you? Sorry, I didn't ask you. Where can they find your booth? He's gone. Where's your booth? Just there, right, just there. So you're curious, you'd like to know more, have a chat with him, eat more chocolate, or if it's just for the chocolate even, have a chat over there just by that. There we are, Foreverland Food. Let's move on now to our next big idea. Please welcome to our stage here, Fratelli Pinza. Green button, just the green button.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Theo. I'm from Cyprus, and I am the co-founder of Fratelli Pinza. Our slogan is "Goodbye Pizza, Hello Pinza," and I will explain everything about this. Fratelli means brothers in Italian, so I have my partner Francesco from Milan, Italy, and we have created a business model that is suitable for franchise, Horeca, and retail. Our mission is to be globally recognized brand offering a low-cost quality product with high returns. Let's talk about Pinza. Pinza is a healthier and a better version of pizza. Why is that? Because Pinza base is created with 3 different flours: wheat, soy, and rice flour. It rises for 72 hours and it has 80% hydration in it, so it makes a healthier, fluffier, and a better product. We have created different recipes. We have, at the moment, the margarita and pepperoni that can be delivered everywhere around the world as a retail product. This is our franchise model. We have 3 different options. We have the Fratelli Pinza fast food, the Fratelli Pinza restaurant, and the Fratelli Pinza food truck. You can choose any option and join our journey to a better pizza and take this amazing project all around the world. Thank you so much. And Fratelli Pinza, let's make it revolutionary.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Fratelli Pinza, Fratelli brothers, but they're not really real brothers. You're not really brothers, but you're Fratelli brothers.
We are brothers.
We are. Okay, emotional brothers. I'm so sorry. I just need to. Thank you so much. There we are. Right. So, anyway, right. Any questions at all from our audience members? If you like what you hear, you're curious, now's the time. I'll give you the microphone. You can ask a question. Any questions?
They are all eating like you.
It's good, isn't it? Very good. Just like real pizza.
I'll bring you a t-shirt then.
Oh, lovely. I'll get a free t-shirt. Wow.
Yes.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, look at me. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Fratelli Pinza. Thank you so much. There we are. Isn't these are great sessions because at least you get to eat stuff, right? At least you get to eat and drink stuff. Great. Right, let's move on to our next big idea. Please welcome to our stage right now startup known as Antata.
Hello everyone, I'm Siana from Antata Space Food. We are a Bulgarian startup company with proven track record in space, offering high-tech food products, freeze-dried food products, beverages, and functional food supplements. So customers today, especially in extreme conditions, face a real challenge in finding long-lasting, convenient, and healthy meal options that are also easy to transport, store, and prepare, and all that without sacrificing quality, nutritional quality. So, Antata Space Food delivers premium, ready-to-eat freeze-dried products that taste like a gourmet meal. Our freeze-drying process, called lyophilization, delivers a comprehensive menu, lightweight, easy preparation by just adding water, one shelf life, 100% natural ingredients, no artificial additives, and no preservatives. We have countless use scenarios and market opportunities. Of course, short and long journeys to space, all kinds of extreme conditions, natural disaster, pandemics, military missions, defense, etc. So our team, we believe our team is our greatest asset because it is strengthened by an exclusive partnership with the Institute of Cryobiology and Food Technologies of Bulgaria. Together we merge cutting-edge science with proven track record in space so that we create a product that embodies quality, safety, and most of all, innovation. We are actively seeking new B2B partnership across key industries such as space, defense, adventure travelers, sports, etc. We really believe that we can make a difference in these areas, and please join us at our booth.
We don't know any more. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Hands together for Antata. Well done. Thank you so much. Just keeping in time, trying to be fair and square for absolutely everyone. Keep that in your hand. Keep that in your hand because we're going to open now. Again, got the QR code here. Scan that to give you back your feedback. But also, if you have a question right now, or you're curious, you'd like to ask a question about what you've just heard, now's the time to do it, and I'll give you the microphone. Any questions at all? Nope.
Everyone figured out space technology.
I'm sure they have. Yeah. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our startup, Antata. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Right, we move on now to our next startup. Already you can hear it's very diverse, all around the board, all different in their own way, different flavors, different short and sweet. We're going to continue with that right now with our next startup. Please welcome to the stage, Funk.
Seltzers are the trending. Drink right now. There is just no comparison to it. I'm a huge fan of wine and beer as well, but I don't always want to carry wine. It's annoying, it's glass, and it takes too much space, especially if you're going to the beach. It's too much work. And beer also gets you super full, and sometimes you just want a very refreshing drink. It hydrates you as well, gives you a little buzz, but not too much, and it's just a fun drink. It's a funk drink.
Not sure if you're putting my pitch deck. Okay, here. And so you just heard my co-founder, Sarah Sampaio, and she's a Victoria's Secret's model and an actress who will premiere in the next Superman movie. And we came together to build the first alcohol brand that it means low calories and no sugar. And so we built a portfolio of ready-to drinks with low calories and no sugar, with tequila and sugar can-based. And we are within the fastest growing category in the alcohol sector. The RTDs is expected to double size by 2027. And we have been getting now some penetration in Portugal, where we are in more than 150 stores in retail, and we are getting some traction to expand to Europe. And that's why we are raising an investment round, which is half committed already. And if all the tech investors still have doubts, the best performing stocks in the S&P 500 in the past 30 and 5 years are beverage brands, So you know where you need to put your money to succeed. And thank you very much.
That's it, right.
Our booth is this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Funk, short and sweet. And where's your booth? Just here. Absolutely, right. Okay, again, just click for me. Just click for me. One more time, one more time. There we are. QR code, scan this, give your feedback directly, anonymously, if you wish, to Funk and any of our other startups as well. Any questions at all from the audience? I'll give you the microphone. Anything you'd like to know? Anything you're not clear about?
If you want to try, you can try it here.
You can even try it here.
Yeah.
Listen, tip for you.
Samples.
It would have been even better if you just came round. In fact, have you got samples there? You,
Yeah.
my friend, can start working finally. And you can put it on a tray and you can come round and you can deliver a little piece of this to everybody. How does that sound? Do you want some? Yes, you do.
Perfect,
So do
perfect.
I. That's why you're here. Not for the startups, for trying the food and drink. There we are. So that will come round shortly. Thank you so much. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Funk. Right, shall we move on? Absolutely. We are now on to our next startup, our next big idea of this session. Remember, this is one of the many sessions we have where we bring together a selection of startups that are here showcasing their big ideas here at SIAL 2024 with their booths. They stand here, they share with you 1 minute 30 of their big idea. You then hopefully get curious, want a conversation, and then go over to their booth and have a chat and take those chats forward. Sound good? Sound easy? That's the plan. Let's move on to our next startup. Please welcome to the stage, Machati.
Hi everyone, my name is Olga. I'm an owner of Machati. We bring you premium grade matcha and loose tea directly from small farms in Japan. With product line that caters to businesses, we offer a wide range of different types of matcha that you can use for culinary use, for tea-infused beverages, or different desserts. So a lot of clients are searching for quality product, but the access to genuine tea is still limited. A lot of customers face challenges in understanding different grades and its applications. And at our company, we bridge this gap by delivering product directly to businesses like coffee chains, like coffee shops, restaurants, and we do it through online platform and subscription services, and we support all our clients along the way. And we are excited to work with you together, and you can join our journey at our booth. It is 013, and thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Machati. Right, okay, let's click just one more time. There we are, bang. QR code, feedback directly to Machati and our other startups as well. Anonymously if you wish. Any questions at all regarding what you've just heard? I'll give you the microphone now. All happy? Fancy a question? No? All good? They're all happy. You're happy as well. Once again, where's your booth? Where can people directly chat with you and try what you have?
013.
Okay, that me again, numbers. Where are we? Where? Just here. That's easy.
Just
yeah.
here.
Just here on the right. There we are. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Machati. Thank you so much. Right, we move on now to the next startup, next big idea to showcase what they have, how to get you, hopefully, to convince you to have a chat, have a conversation, and see where those conversations actually lead. Let's move on now, startup to a startup called Inspectical.
Okay. I seem to have lost my voice yesterday, so bear with me. I'll be short and sweet. My name is Oliver. I'm the co-founder of Inspectical Food. And in its essence, what we do, we're specializing in real-time detection of food safety non-conformities. So we use AI and computer vision to detect food safety non-conformities on the production floor, notify them to the responsible person, helping to solve that faster, and thus increasing revenue and uptime for our customers. We started out as a food safety inspection tool for non-conformity management, which allowed us to build a database and train our AI model. So if you're a food producer, if this sounds interesting, please come talk to me. If you know anybody who this might be interesting to, would love to talk to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inspector. Right, once again, if you click for me, just click once, one more time. Keep going. There we are. Right, there we are. QR code. Scan this. Give your feedback on what you just heard in terms of the startups sharing their pitch. Any questions at all? I'll give you the microphone right now. No? Nothing at all? No questions whatsoever? That's all right. It's all okay. You're not here to ask questions. You're here to, well, many would say we're here for the food, but you're here to explore and be curious about these big ideas. And I think that's exactly what they've been doing. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Inspector. But before you go, where can people find you? Just tell us where, not the number.
Our booth is right there.
Just there.
Yeah, just here, so around the corner.
Around the corner. It couldn't be easier. I mean, you could go that way all around, but just nip over there, and it's just over there. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Inspector. Well done. Thank you so much. Pop it on there. Right, guess what? We have come to the end of this pitching session right now. We have heard today, again, another great day of ideas, innovation, curiosity, learnings, a lot of things we maybe knew already, a lot of things perhaps we didn't know, and we're kind of like helping us to make sense of where we're going in the future. And again, if you've enjoyed just a little piece of what we did today, guess what? We're going to do it all again tomorrow. That's right, all again tomorrow, right here, SIAL Startup 2024, and we start at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, again, another session, but this one is all about functional drinks. So we've got all our startups with functional drinks, sharing their big ideas, 1 minute 30, that's all they get. 1 minute 30, short, sharp, and sweet, giving you a flavor of what they do to help you, convince you to have a conversation. So join us back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for more SIAL Startup 2024.